long time coming. This is so exciting.
So you have that's all the questions there? Or?
Yeah, all my questions, all my notes, if I need to take any notes.
So you basically start off by saying who you are and what you're doing, and
exactly.
I'm here today with
the infamous Don Nader. I'm going to put your keys under here.
Don Nader.
For those of you who don't know, Don Nader is what we call him in the gym.
I know people are always like, why does he call you Don Nader?
Because it's like the Terminator. He's just such a walking inspiration. Just like seeing you, 74 now?
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
September 23rd.
And seeing you, 74 years old, crushing it in the gym, like, it is just so inspiring. After your whole story of over 30 years of sobriety.
40.
40 years of sobriety.
Yeah.
On the dot,
7/4/84, that was my sobriety date.
Wow.
July 4th, 1978, I think. No, 7/4/84.
Wow, 7/4/84.
Yeah, and I think I was actually sober a little bit, but before that, but I was in a detox.
July 4th. What a day.
Yeah.
What a day.
And I'll tell people what was going on and why I picked that date too,
Talk about
if you like.
Independence Day.
Right.
Of being independent from substance abuse and all of that. That is so beautiful.
Yeah, so 4th of July is my celebration. I mean, that's when I became a totally different
That's one
person.
of my favorite holidays too.
Yeah.
It is such a beautiful, beautiful holiday. So yeah, I'll jump into the intro.
Are we recording now?
Yep, I've recorded a long time ago just to get the bloopers. You got to get the bloopers in there. But welcome one, welcome all. You're listening to Care2Talk, episode 1. Joining me today is Donald Otis Steiger, the official full name, but Donnie Steiger, who went from being, illiterate to writing his own books. Author of 2 books, not one, but 2 books. That's incredible. We have him here. I just want to hold them up real quick. You got Suck Up the Purple Buttermilk. This is the book I read, audiobook online. All of this will be linked into the description below. And then his second book, Passion in the Fire. You can buy it today on Amazon. Incredible books. I've talked to so many people in the gym, and they've all said that the books are amazing. Like, I've talked to dozens of people who really love your books, and father of two children.
Yeah, Amy and Jesse. Yeah.
How old are they now?
Jesse's, I think, like 38, and Amy's like 36.
36, 38. That's incredible. That's incredible. So yeah, running joke, Don Nader. Again, think of the Terminator. When you see him straight in the gym, the things you do are incredible. Especially you've taken many of my classes before, and so getting
for a couple of years now.
For a couple of years, right here at our local YMCA here in Worcester, and it is really, I've known you for a long time, even before I read these books, and we've had many great conversations over the years. So it is really an honor to get to have you sit down with me finally and get to interview you. So thank you for being here, first of all. And this is absolutely just a beautiful day out here on the lake, right here at our YMCA. And without further ado, Donnie, how are you today?
I'm very good.
Beautiful weather.
Thank you for having me, Jacob.
Absolutely. The pleasure is all mine. And I wanted to do like a really informal, we're going to jump around from topic to topic, a really informal interview, something that you might not be used to. And of course, this is my first interview, so bear with all the chaos that's going to go on today. But hopefully we'll have fun and try to make a very serious topic a little less serious and lighthearted.
Yeah.
But it is still a very serious topic. And we're talking about, you wrote the books of addiction, and I definitely want to, first question is ask you, why did you write these books? Why did you, especially, Suck Up the Purple Buttermilk, why did you write that book, and for who did you write it for?
Okay. Why did I write it? Well, first of all, but I got sober, when I got sober, but all the years that I went through, but when I got sober, I was sober a while, clean and sober for a little while, and I did a training, they called it Life Spring, and it was a 9-month training, and we had to do. They gave us things that were almost impossible to do in the trainings. You know, it cost a lot of money, but there was a bunch of us that did it, and if you didn't perform these activities, that you couldn't come back. And I wanted to keep going because it was really inspirational to me. So and plus I had been illiterate, and what that taught me, and going into a long-term treatment program, and all the abuse that I went through as a child, and all the shame and all the guilt, and the addiction, which was embarrassing too, and being an addict a heroin addict for on and off for 20 years. So after I did the trainings, I realized that something opened up in my thinking, that like anything is possible. All right, anything is possible for me. I still didn't know how to read or write that well at all, because I was illiterate since kid, and I can explain that later if you like.
Absolutely.
But what happened was, after one of the things that they had us do, among others, a lot of things that we had to do, was one of them was there was 4 of us that were sent out on a mission in Boston, because that's where we met, and they said, for me, don't come back here unless you have at least 25 to I think 40 people clap for you. And I'm like, there's the geese I hear.
We were talking earlier about them.
Yeah, they had to come by and gotta say their piece.
Look at them.
But
right there. There's our audience, right?
Anyway, so they told me that not to come back unless I at least have at least 25 to 30 people clap for me.
Wow.
And the other person he had to have at least 25 to 30 people follow him. And the girl, I forgot what she was supposed to have. But anyway, I don't want to take all the time explaining all this, but what happened was, we came outside and we looked around like, how are we gonna do this, And I happened to look down the street about 3 or 4 blocks. There was a carnival, those traveling carnivals. And I looked over and I said, let's go to the carnival. So like, all right. So we went down there, and we're walking around, and I seen this lady. She was like, got her hand on the booth like this, and she's like just kind of staring out. And it had the balloons in the background, the darts where you throw the balloons and pop them.
Yep.
So, and she's like this, and right next to her was a microphone. And she's like this, and nobody's coming over. There's a lot of stuff going on, but
Sure.
She wasn't doing it any business. So I walked over. I said, hey, guys, hold it right here. So, the people I was with. So I walked over, and I said, not too much business, huh? She said, no, not really today. And I said, listen, I guarantee you, if you let me borrow your microphone, I'll get at least 25 to 30 people over here. And then after I'm through, then it's your job to get them to play the games. And she said, here, go take it. So my job was, I had to at least do something to get people to clap.
Yeah.
So what I did was I grabbed the mic, and hey, I was like talking to people. Hey, how are you today? I was just talking to people and saying, hey, come on over here, come on over. I got something to show you. And there's another group of people over here. And once people started coming over, then like, what's going on over there? So there was a big crowd. I bet you there was 100 people, and they were all crowded around like that. And I said, today, I am going to sing and dance for all of you. And they're all just like, okay, right? So I did. I sang a song from, it was not a real long one, but it was a song, and I danced too, and I did a couple of burpees type things, because I used to dance a lot. And then I went like this, and everybody clapped and went, yeah! And then the guy that I was with, he had all of them go around the whole place doing the cha-cha. They were holding his waist, and he was doing it. So I set this whole ball in motion. So guess what? It opened up an avenue in my brain that you kind of think out of the box, you know. And after all I had went through in my whole life, the one thing that I realized the most was that I like helping people. I like making people happy. I like inspiring others, and so, and then thinking about, should I write this book, you know, and because of what I went through. And I had been sharing in Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm not here to promote Alcoholics Anonymous, but I'm here because of the grace of God and AA that gave me the inspiration after doing all the steps of recovery to be healed enough mentally, spiritually, and physically to share with others throughout my years of being sober, you know, how I did it. Because I don't tell anybody, you need to do this, you know.
Right.
That you don't want to do that. I just tell people how I did it, and that's how. So what happened was that I was doing that a lot, and then my friend from that '70s show, John Lynch. Hey, John. He was a writer on that show.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
love
he's
that
out in
show.
California now. He's a professor. He's a really cool dude. But he was my friend, and he came to me one day, and he heard me speak, and he said, "You got to write a book." And like, because he had a master's degree in writing, and I'm just like, you know, barely can read. He said, "No, you got to write a book." So, and he said, "Yeah, you really, you got to do this because you got to share the story." So he gave me he planted the seed in me. He started me on the first chapter. He wanted it as a big, thick autobiography, and I was thinking, I want to help people. So I want to keep it simple.
Absolutely.
And that's why I have 12 chapters in there that are, you know, they're named different, you know, things that have happened. So it segments what the title is. Then when you read the title, then it comes to pass in the story. So, and every chapter has a really, really special meaning in everybody's life, but in my life, you know, and then people can see what, you know, what they can change in their lives if they want, and it's possible. So that's what got me going, and he kind of coached me through the whole thing anyway. So, but I told him, he was like, "No, I want you to do an autobiography," and I'm like, "No, I don't want to do an autobiography." But see, I had been in recovery for a long time, and I understood what I wanted. I wasn't doing it about me.
Sure.
It was about helping others, and I wanted to make it as easy, you know, for people to understand as possible. I know that I went around the world, but that's what I usually do.
Yeah, please go around the world because I love it all, and I want you to really go in depth, as much detail as possible.
Okay.
I think the people would really enjoy it too, and just to really like clearly and illustrate and elucidate all the details of all the, you know, the hand clapping and the stories of, you know, really telling us, you know, how it made you feel, because that's what people want to know you on a more personal level. I think anyone who wants to flourish and be the best that they can be, and, you know, try to, you know, live a life well living, is going to really like find usefulness in the words that you have to share with those little details, especially. That's incredible. Reading the book, I'm glad you brought that up. The chapters were one of my favorite parts. The chapter titles and the poems that you added in the beginning of the chapter were so amazing. And I definitely forgot to bring, you gave me 2 poems a while ago.
Yeah.
I would love.
Well, they're in the book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those same poems. Those were one of my favorite poems. Those little excerpt poems.
Yeah, the one about the addiction. Yeah. That took, I wrote that over and over quite a few times, but I really wanted to explain how tragic that this disease is. Because basically what we're doing here today, I don't know if Jacob told you yet, but we're here because I was a heroin addict on and off for a good 20 years. I've been, you know, I had a abusive childhood. Parents were both alcoholics. I used to listen to them scream and yell and fight. I didn't sleep very well as a kid, and I didn't know how to learn to read or write. No one ever helped me, and I wasn't in school much. And when I went to school, they would put me in, when they finally found out, because of my parents' disease, alcohol, I was stolen back and forth because they did end up getting divorced. But my first 8 or 9 years was really the best years of my life as a kid. I had the Beach Boys. I don't know if anybody knows who the Beach Boys are, but you know.
Of course.
They were my neighbors. I didn't know who they were. They were a little older, but we had a lot of fun. I didn't know that they were. I knew that they played music and stuff, but I didn't. I didn't know who they were. We just had a lot of fun. But up to that age, my life was pretty good. And then once they got divorced, it was crazy. But it was crazy for a while, and it just kind of picked up. So, I don't know what the question was. I forgot.
There was no real question.
Yeah.
It was just talking about, your poetry.
Yeah. So the poetry is back to where the disease. I wanted to explain how bad it is in that poem.
What a profound poem too. Oh my goodness. When I read that, it was just like, it was real, and it was just so simple. And that simplicity that you keep, talking about is really the key to it all. I feel like it's like keeping it simple, and that so anyone can understand it. And there's like so many people who are like, I'm too dumb, I'm too this, and there's a lot of negative self-talk, a lot of like negative,
definitely.
Definitely later on we'll love to talk to you about, self-love, and all of that is a really big important part to all of this.
Yes.
But real quick, just to break down, for a lot of people who don't know, despite having, over 100,000 people just in America dying every single year from addiction and overdose, which is
it's fentanyl mostly, but it's
outrageous to think of, and it's only increasing every year. I believe last year, according to the CDC, it was like 107,000, and the year before that 104,000, and it's just like increasing every single year, and it's getting worse and worse. And there's still some people who might not know what addiction is and what this disease is. And so, in your own words, so to speak, what is addiction? And
oh boy,
to you at least.
I don't know. I really don't have a clue. I mean, addiction. Geez, that's a huge name.
That's a tough question.
And well, it's I call it the disease. The disease that if you get any other disease, people go like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," but if you tell somebody you're an addict, most in my day, you never. And years ago, you're full of shame and guilt because you have it. I didn't realize that I was an addict until I went into my 5th detox, So that's another whole story too. How I knew something was wrong with me, but I wasn't sure. So you said addiction. So addiction, there's 2 different types of addiction. There's positive addiction, which is what we do, which is we're addicted to working out, all right? And it's not, addiction isn't a negative thing. It can be if you use it that way. But positive addiction is, I'm addicted to getting to the gym. I really need to get there. I feel much better when I'm done. It helps me to think better. It helps me feel better about myself. It helps me to focus on taking care of myself outside, emotionally, physically, and mentally. And it makes me mentally stronger. It makes me physically stronger. And it also helps me, gives me the self-esteem to say, no, I don't want that. That's not what I want. This is what I want. I don't give a damn what you think and what you say. This is what I want right here. I want the good stuff. I don't want the bad stuff. For so many years, I settled for less, and I felt bad about myself, and I was the alcoholic and the addict, and I used all the drugs and the alcohol to cover up that. So the addiction for me was to cover up my feelings of my inadequacy, and the fact that I couldn't read and write, and the fact that I was an addict, and the fact that I felt inadequate, and I call it the broken wheel. Like in the old days, they had the wooden carriages and they had the wooden wheels.
Yep.
And they're riding along, and the horse is pulling the wagon. Next thing you know, a big, huge chunk of the wheel falls off, but you can still go. You can still go forward. But every time the wheel comes around, it goes ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. So the wheel that is broken. That's what I felt like. There was no hope for me because one of my wheels was really broken. And then I found out that that's not the fact. I can do something about it, you know.
You kind of segued to two of my questions for later on.
Yeah.
That's a lot to unpack there. But really important that we do unpack it, because you said addiction is there to, cover up your inadequacies.
That's part of it.
Part of it. And
I can explain to you exactly what addiction is as far as the disease too.
Absolutely, and we'll definitely touch base on that as well. That's a very most important part of it. But you think that you could turn? Good. I know it does. You can turn the positive addiction of working out into a negative addiction as well.
Yeah.
Of course, with body dysmorphia and people who are
steroids and
really unhappy with how they
being
look,
obsessed with
obsessed with moving,
yeah.
And so anything potentially could be turned, even the healthiest of behaviors like exercise,
right,
or getting enough sleep, getting too much sleep, getting too much exercise, too much of anything. And is that the difference between a positive and a negative addiction? Is having too much of it versus just the right amount potentially?
Yeah.
Either way, I definitely want to dive into the piece of how movement really helped you with your recovery, because you said in your book you really loved indoor or outdoor track and field. It was
when I was a kid,
when you were younger, and you kept running throughout your life, didn't you?
Well, for a long time. I got strung out after I got married and all this stuff. I mean, I was able to still. I was drinking a lot, and I mean, I played rock and roll all my life too. I played drums, and I worked a full-time job. I didn't sleep. So, but I did a lot of drugs, and but after being after I was addicted to all the drugs and the alcohol, it just became an obsession. So I think, I'm not sure what the question was, but what it turned out for me is just feeding that, feeding it and just going. You're saying movement, but I guess the movement is what's being sober. So the movement of being sober. First of all, we jumped way ahead because where I was and how the addict, we didn't start at the beginning, folks. So
that's
it's going to be thrown in
there.
there.
We'll be jumping around.
It's a fun interview. We're just out here relaxing, and that's why that's kind of because I focus in the beginning.
Absolutely.
But I can answer a question, but I also have to tell what happened to get there.
Definitely do, for sure.
So with the motion that I was doing, I was always pursuing something to make me feel better. That addict in me. And all together now.
Get out of here, geese. Stop geesing around.
We're going to call 911 if you keep that up. But anyway, I think it's nature, man.
Absolutely.
You got to love it.
Absolutely.
So I guess I was always trying to find, even though I was a good drummer, I could play very well, and I was in a lot of bands, and since I was like 16, I played in nightclubs, and
that's awesome.
And and I never really felt like I was good enough. And I would go to people, and I would sit by myself a lot of times, but people would come over and sit down to me, next to me, and they would say, "Hey, man, you're really good. That solo was awesome." And I'm like, "Really, really, really?" You know. So I never really felt it, you know, because I always wanted to be somebody else. You know, I never wanted to be me. I wanted to be that person that everybody looked up to, and that's going to give me the gratitude. And as far as the running, I learned that in California. I was in gym, because that's where I'm from, folks, California. Hawthorne, California, my home. So in the gym, during, gym, we would go out and do calisthenics and all that, and then we come back in. I had like 5 minutes to get dressed and get to my next class, and it was like hot there. In California, it's pretty hot sometimes. And we're all together in the locker room, like trying to get dressed, and I don't even have time to take a shower half the time, And I happened to look over the locker, and I seen these guys hanging out, and they were like, just had their foot on the bench, and they were laughing, ha ha ha, yeah, Jim, and he's, ha yeah. But I'm like, who are those guys over there? And they said, oh, those are the guys that run track. And I said, well, how come they don't have to take gym? Right. And they said, because they're in the track team. I'm like, how do I do that? So that's how I got out into track.
I love it.
And I actually found out that I was pretty good. And I ended up, at the end of the season, doing very well. And that's where suck up the purple buttermilk. I always tell people, you need to read the book to find out the title. But I'm going to tell you today why that title.
You guys are very fortunate, very lucky.
Yeah, this is a very special moment in history. I had a coach there. His name was Muhead, believe it or not, and I joined the track team, and everybody was really good, and I just joined, and I was running my first road race. We did in Hawthorne at Hawthorne High, and we took off, and I knew the route, and I was running behind all these people, and I was just like, I was hauling. And my dad always wanted me to play football, and right across the street was where, at that time, that's where we were living. And my dad wanted me to play football, and I told him, today I'm having my first meet. And then the next time I told him, this is where I'm having my meet again, at 2 o'clock. I'll be running by. And every time we had that meet, I ran by, and the door was never open. He never watched me, didn't care, didn't want anything to do with it. Wouldn't ask me how I did or anything. But it's something that I enjoyed, and it really hurt me. It hurt really bad.
I wonder if that contributed to your feeling of inadequacy, of not getting that appreciation from your father.
Yeah, and that, and he wanted me to play football, but I didn't. So when I came around the corner, I was running, and my coach looked at me. I could see that his eyes popped out, and he was like, he comes running across the field, because, back then they had like this big field. They never had barbed wire fences. Now I went to visit the school later on when I did my last chapter, and I visited it, and it looked like a prison. It was like double barbed wire. You have to go in metal detectors. I mean, this is like ridiculous, man. This is what California has turned into. Oh my God. So back when my days, you could bring your shotgun and leave it in your car, and you know what I mean.
Right.
But nobody did anything. It was
good times.
Yeah.
Good times.
So anyway, I'm running along, and I looked over. Every time I looked over, and he wasn't. He didn't. He was the door. All you had to do was open the door, because he was sitting there at his desk. And
perfect view of the field that you were at.
Yeah, where I was running by, and so I come across the field, come around to maybe about a half mile to the finish line, and my coach looks at me like this, and he goes, he comes running out, and then he starts running right next to me, like this far away from me, screaming, Donnie, Donnie, suck up the purple buttermilk. Suck it up, suck it up. And I'm like, suck it up, man, suck it up the purple buttermilk. I'm like this, and I can barely breathe, and I'm like pushing it, right? And I come across the finish line, and I came in like, I think like third in my group.
Wow.
But I think I came like fourth altogether or something like that. So I did really well. And I didn't know. I had no clue. I didn't know anything about this thing. I just did the best I can. So what happened was I ended up getting better and better and better. And I remember that suck up the purple buttermilk. And I remember running thinking that too when I ran. And I ended up, at the end of the season, I ended up getting a big trophy. And my dad was, I came home and I was dressing up and I was getting ready to go because we had like this big meeting and we had given out the trophies, and it was a big deal, And the coach said, Donnie, you're going to be, you need to come to the meeting, the ceremony, because you're going to be getting a trophy. I'm like, really?
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, cool. And I really felt really special. And my dad asked me, what are you doing? Because I was dressing up and I was going out, And I said, I'm going to this ceremony, and because we're having a track ceremony, and I'm going to pick up my trophy. He went, what do you mean you're getting a trophy? I said, yeah, I'm getting a trophy for being the best runner on the team, And he said, can I come? And I said,
really?
No, I don't want you to come. And he said, come on, come on, let me come, Donnie. And I said, all right, because he never really cared. Why would he want to come now?
So you were a little hesitant at first.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't care if you're even in my life at this point.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Well, you don't. That's how you have to. It's. I think it's basically. You have to be able to let people go. You can't I couldn't count on him. I had to count on me. And then whenever he wanted to come in my life, I was very reluctant to do that because I've been hurt so much, And so I finally said, all right. And he came and he was in tears, And he gave me a hug and he said, and he hugged me. And then while I was hugging me, he said, I really wanted you to play football, though. I'm like, I wanted to punch him.
Gosh.
But that's, insensitive people.
Talk about insensitive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's just, don't worry about it. I mean, it made me who I am. And later on in life, even when I was really having a difficult time in life. I had gotten married, had kids, and I had a full-time job. I was playing music, and I wanted to be a father, and I wanted to be because I loved Ann. I got married, and I loved this woman more than anything in the world, and I really never ever felt adequate because I thought she was really, I never deserved her, and I never really told her that, and she did pass away, not about 3 years ago, and I had divorced her because she was using too. She really, anyway.
We'll definitely touch more about that for sure.
Yeah, later on, but
absolutely.
I guess I wanted to, and I was overweight, and I was I wasn't really happy with myself, and I wanted to try to work on myself. So we're talking, one of the things that we're talking about here mainly is addiction. But see, now we're going to get into recovery because what happened was I knew that I needed to get I had this little seed in me that said, you can start running again. And I said, okay, I don't care, I'm going to do this. And so I started running. I was smoking weed, shooting heroin and everything else, but I was still able to function. And so I finally quit smoking, I quit the weed, but I still did everything else, but moderation.
Right, whatever that means.
There's no such thing as moderation when it comes to shooting heroin.
Very slippery slope.
Yeah,
right
I'm
there.
just, I hear people, I'm just on the weekend. It doesn't work that way. So the recovery aspect of this is, I started running. I got almost there, but I didn't go the whole way. I didn't quit everything and go. So what happened was, I didn't understand that, but what happened was you were talking about before, it can be a negative addiction. So the negative addiction was, for me, running the road races and winning and getting that big trophy, because every time I would go to one of the road races, I would go over to the trophies and I would look at the biggest one. I'm like, that's the one I want to get today, you know? And it never happened. It never happened. It was always somebody better. Didn't matter how hard I trained. There was always somebody better than me, or they would come in like a minute faster. You know, it was always. And then what did I do? I went right down to the poor me's and the self-pity and all that. I'm nobody, and I felt shameful, and I'm not anybody. I needed the recognition, and that's the same thing with the drums. I never felt I could play well.
Wow.
I mean, I played okay, I thought, but everybody was saying, that was, you know, but I didn't feel it, you know. And what I guess my point is, Jacob, is I think what we need to do is we need to tell ourselves we're okay the way we are, and we don't need the recognition. And once I decide to do these things that I need to do, I'm going to be probably the 3.5%, and I'm not going to listen to all this other stuff, these negative voices in my head. So basically, one of the things that I did, I know I'm rambling on, but
keep going.
One of the things that I did was I started listening to, I mean, this is after I got sober a while, and I was in the process of doing steps, but I had this I had this negative self-talk, all right? Because when you come from all that stuff, you have negative self-talk. You don't realize that you're putting yourself down. So it's like somebody taking you and tying you up to a post with your arms up in the air like this, and taking a whip to your back, and you don't even know it. You're whipping yourself. You know what I mean? I mean, life is hard enough, and life is it's gonna happen, and life is gonna, you know, kick our butts sometimes, whether we like it or not. That's the whole reality of it. But what I had to do is I had to change the negative thinking to positive thinking, and that what I started doing is I started understanding that. So I started listening to all these positive tapes, and then I started writing down positive quotes. And what I did was I took, back then we had like little tapes, you know, you could, you know. So I would sit there and I would talk to myself, and I would say, "Oh, Donnie, you're a very positive person. You matter." I would say, you know, you love. You're a very special person. You know, you can do this. You know. So I just kept saying on and on and on. You know. And all these, you're a handsome guy, you know what I mean? And just all these different things that I needed that were not being, not a negative self-talk, but a positive self-talk to give myself the self-esteem, positive self-esteem. So what I would do is because I was like a mess, because I was clean and sober at that time, and I still had all this stuff, this conversation going on in my head where I couldn't change it. And yeah, there isn't a program in the world that's going to take that away. So what I had to do was I had to do what I had to do, and so what I did was I'm talking to myself, right? So and it would go probably about maybe a half an hour, and I put headphones on before I went to sleep, and I turned it on, and I fell asleep listening to myself talk to myself. Donnie, you know, I love you, you know, and all this stuff, you know, because I had to change those tapes, and I did it over and over and over and over again. I had to work really hard at it. It was something that to change is not easy. I mean, I wish I could say it was like that, but it took a lot of hard work. Years of hard work to be somebody who's like shooting heroin and stealing and robbing and lying all the time. You know, since I drank since I was a baby, I loved alcohol.
That picture in your book of you as a 2-month-old, what was it?
Should we show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal. He's literally a toddler with a beer in his hand.
Yeah.
Like,
see if I can find it. Yeah.
Absolutely unreal.
Yeah, I mean, I think my mom took that picture too, you know. So Yeah, here it is. I don't know if people can see that very well, but
I can hold it up to the camera there. This picture on page 9 of him as a toddler drinking his first drink.
yeah,
That is, and if they want to see it, they got to get the book.
yeah, frosted mug of beer.
You guys want to see it? Get the book. The pictures in this book are incredible. Yeah. I absolutely love.
And that's my mom. She looked like the what they call the Black Dahlia, the woman in California that they got killed. They cut her in half and spread her out naked. And
oh my
this guy
God.
was very, very horrible.
It's horrific.
But my mom I looked at this picture of her then, and she reminded me of that. You know, but I love my mom. It's a whole story about that.
That
too.
is, I would love to talk about. That's
huge.
Amazing, huge story. To
Yeah.
hear the relationship you had with your mother and how it grew.
Yeah.
I definitely want to go a lot into you just said so much there, and you really hit the most important point of them all, and that is to stop seeking validation, to stop seeking approval from others, and start seeking approval from yourself, because you're not living your life for other people, you're living it for you.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to do that. Like, it sounds like you had a whole exercise, not a physical one, but like a mental, almost spiritual exercise of talking to yourself. Were you doing that every single day, 4 times a day, 5? Was there a specific amount of times you were doing that a day, or were you just like, whenever you could, basically, you know, in the morning, evening, night, with the tape recorder, talking to yourself? How I want to break that down for some people, because that's probably the most important part, is to cognitively restructure your mindset from a more negative one to a more positive one. And how the heck can you do that when you have a lot of negative influences, when your parents, your friends, your environment that you're in is so negative, and you still were able to do that?
Yeah. Well, I had been sober for a while, but I mean, we're jumping into ahead of the game here, but I was in detox. I did 5 detoxes. I get strung out, and then I go back into detox, and I get cleaned up, and that's a whole another story there too, because I like to talk about detox. I know I'm jumping to something else, but the thing about detox is a lot of you people out there that are listening, it's very, very, very important. Detox is not going to cure you. A lot of people think that, okay, he went to detox, especially a loved one. My sister or whatever goes into detox, and oh, thank God she went into detox. She's going to be better now, right? But just because I get the stuff out of my system doesn't mean that I'm not going to use again.
The disease is still there.
The disease is still there until I learn how to live my life without that. And that's where the self-talk comes in. But in order to live life, you have to not pick up, no matter what. The most important thing in my life, if anybody's listening here today, and this is for you, the person that's struggling out there, no, there's nothing else that matters more in this world than don't pick up. Just take it, 1 minute at a time if you have to. Don't pick up. And just keep putting one foot in front of the other. And like you were saying, just keep the motion going, because you're still going to be that same, you're the addict. I mean, there are people that are sober like 20 years, but they never do the work on themselves. So they're still the same asshole they were when they got sober. They just haven't picked up. But they're struggling all the time. They all have all the negative talk. And what happens with that, nobody wants to be around them. And everything they say is, negative. And then that's the person that whenever you're in traffic and there's a long line of cars, that's the guy that's going 20 miles an hour in a 45 mile an hour zone. And you say, listen, maybe you should pull over a second because there's like 25 cars behind you. Well, F them. I don't give a crap about those.
Literally.
That's the kind of stuff that you don't want to be that person.
Great reference.
Pull over.
Great reference.
If somebody's on my ass, I go like, first thing I want to do is I think negative, and then I go, well, hey, if they want to go fast, that's up to them. I don't care. I'll just get out of the way and let them go.
Absolutely.
You know? God bless you. Have a nice day. You know.
Simple as that.
Yeah, simple as that. You don't have
You
to
don't
get
let the negativity bring you down.
right. And I don't today as a sober person and clean and sober. I want to be a positive example to my kids, my grandkids, and everybody that I'm around. You know, I want to be what Jesus would call a shining light, a prophet, or whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely.
I want to be that person that whenever you talk to me for whatever time it is, that I leave you feeling better about yourself.
And you definitely do it, 100%.
And you do too. I mean, Jacob, you're that person too, man.
appreciate
I
it.
envy you. It took me years and years and years and years to get to where you are right now. You're 25 years old, and look at him. He's awesome. He's a really,
Thank
really,
you.
yeah.
I try. I sometimes feel the same
So
way you feel,
we all
and hearing those compliments and then thinking, I'm not as good as I want to be, and this
yeah,
and that. But it's not so much of, seeking other people's validation as though, like, for some reason, still, like, seeking my own approval of, like, I know where I want to be.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not there yet.
Right.
And it's like, it's still hard to tell. Like, still I practice the same things you practice with, like, I am worthy. My worth, my value is infinite, limitless, beyond measure.
Right,
and it's
right.
like, I can do anything I set my mind to. I love how you opened with that, because it's so true. If you think you can, you can. And if you think you can't, you can't. But some people, they just don't believe in themselves. They're almost hopeless. I definitely want to touch on that little piece at the end as well, of like the, how can you, give advice to, someone who's hopeless and doesn't feel positive at all. And it comes to a point where it's like, you can give them all the tools, you can give them all the you can show them all the doors to walk through, but they got to pick up those tools. They got to walk through those doors.
Yeah.
And it's like, no matter what, that disease is so heartbreaking. I just had a friend recently this year die of an overdose, and he was very close to me. And it was one of the hardest things in the world because it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And he was
sober
years,
for a little while.
He was 2
too.
years sober, and all of a sudden he worked in the field. He was a clinician, a manager, a director at one of the rehab centers, and he sponsored many people. He was a light in the dark, and he was such a pure, and every time it was a smile on his face. Every interaction was always positive. And the next day he's not there anymore. And it's like this, kid, he's under 30, he's in his upper 20s, and he was just like, how can this disease be so unforgiving? And it's like, could I have said something? Could I have, been there for him on that day? It's like, hung out with him a little bit longer, and it's like, trying not to, how do you not let that affect you? And like, obviously you can't control other people, but like, you've been here longer than most people, and you survive longer than most people, and I'm sure you've had so many loved ones and so many friends and family die. And like, what's the hardest part about staying sober for you? Because I'm sure you've had your own challenges, but like, how are you still day after day continuing on and not picking up? And despite all the sorrow and all the pain that you've gone through, and all the people who you've loved die around you due to the same addiction.
Yeah. Well, number one is, I actually, what I did was I had to seek out help, and Alcoholics Anonymous with the 12 steps of recovery, which again, I'm not promoting Alcoholics Anonymous, but it is a good program. Because we're not supposed to do that.
Absolutely.
As part of that. But I did all the steps and continue to do them and go to meetings, and you've got to be around positive people. But then what I did was I went to Al-Anon, which is adult child for alcoholics. Well, adult children for alcoholics. Al-Anon is for people that are involved with, and I've talked to you about this many times. It's for people that are married to or in relationships with or work with people that are alcoholics and addicts, and to learn how to detach from that, and to realize that, like, what yourself is like, there's nothing that I could have said, that's going to make anybody get sober. I can give people the keys, the tools to do that, but like you're talking the answer completely, what you're talking about, they have to want it. You have to make that decision. Nobody's going to make that decision for you. You have to make that decision, and you, like I told you before, that is the only thing that freaking matters in your life. You got to, that's it. I don't care. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do what I need to do it. And if somebody's negative or I'm around somebody, I'm going to walk away from them. I don't care where it is. I'm walking away from it, And that's what happened when I was in treatment. All of a sudden, this clicked with me, and I realized I was in treatment with all these people. I stayed in an 18-month hardcore therapeutic community where I had to wear signs, and if I screwed up, I had to scrub the floor with brushes.
Wow.
I had to wash dishes. I had to set a table for 30 people. I had to pick up garbage. They wanted me to leave there so bad. They just, because I was such a pain in the ass to everybody. And then that brings me back to the point where, when you first get sober, where your emotions are, where you have to think back to where you first started using. And my sponsor said, well, to do a personal inventory, you need to do that. What do I do? He says, well, you need to start writing from the first, when you realize the first time you started drinking, your first drink. And I thought to myself, I don't remember ever never drinking.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a week or so I walked around thinking, I got a long road
You started
here.
when you were a toddler.
I found that book after I was sober 2 years.
Wow.
I mean, the picture.
Oh, okay.
And then I went back to my dad because I was going to rip it up and throw it away. And then I went back to him. I said, Dad, you got that picture? He said, yeah. So I put it in there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I guess, what was my point? Emotionally, you're going to be that age. So I was 33 or 32 maybe when I went into treatment after 5 detoxes, and I finally realized that, I think I can't quit. Every time I leave here, with that, get back to our other point where going into detox isn't going to fix you. It's going to detox you so that you can do the work. But that's in the detox is not where you're working on yourself. You're learning about your disease, and then you got to do what you need to do to go from there. A lot of people think that that's what happened. So that's where you do it. And I've spoken many detoxes too. AdCare a lot, and I'm one of the only people that ever speak that has gone through what I have gone through to share with the people that's sitting in that crowd.
Wow.
And I'm looking at dead people. I see dead people. That's when I go in there, I know, because I've been there.
Make it.
Everyone, 99% of these people are going to be dead within 2 years. And that's sad, but that's the reality of it. Especially nowadays, it's even worse.
And you said that actually is what motivated you, not to spoil too much of his book.
Yeah, that's all right.
But
I mean, they're going to get a lot out of it anyway.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
One of the guys was telling you were going to die.
Yeah.
And that you weren't going to make it, and you were like, I'll show you.
Yeah. The one way to get an alcoholic or addict to do something is tell them not to do it.
Well, reverse psychology there.
Yeah. But I had a guy when I was in treatment he was a graduate, and he came over to me, and he put both of his hands on I really looked up to him because he used to come in and talk to us, just hang out and have supper with us, because he was a graduate of that. That's a tough program, and it was always good to see somebody from the outside. And so he came over to me one time, and he was walking across the room, and he stopped right behind my back. and he put both of his hands on my shoulder, and he said, and he shook me a little bit like this, and he looked around the room, and he said, listen, I want everybody to look at this guy, Donnie, right? This guy is going to make it. He's going to make it. This guy is going to graduate this program. And out of 3 years, there was 5 of us that were to graduate. Out of thousands of people that went through that program, they would come in and out the door, in and out the door. And back to where I was in that treatment facility, I realized that I was like 1% of the people in there, even less than that, that all of a sudden I'm seeing it. They're all negative. I could see it all in everyone. I could tell they weren't going to stay sober, and I was like, damn it! After all this, if I go out and use, it's really a bad thing. So, and I love my kids too, So, I made that decision, motivator. And I still didn't know for sure if I was going to stay sober, but I was going to do everything that I could, to do that, and that's what I had to have. That was my goal, It wasn't to make a lot of money. It wasn't this. It wasn't. It was to, if I can stay sober today, make it through this day, And so there was 5 of us that were going to graduate, or 6, and the night before graduation, my friend, one of my good friends there, he went out to Great Brook Valley and he copped a bag of dope and he died. He overdosed right there in the parking lot in Great Brook Valley. The other guy, who was really, really a good friend of mine too, we were in there for a couple of years together, and he drove up to the house in his car and he was throwing beer cans. He went and got drunk, screaming and yelling at I was watching him do that. I'm like, oh man, graduation is like tomorrow, And it's just it's that negative self-talk, So I think there was 3 or 4 of us that ended up graduating. I got a picture of the graduation in there too.
That's awesome.
I got a plaque, and when I go to AA, I got this plaque that I don't show it, but I tell everybody, I came here to help you sick bastards out because I got a diploma. And
Right.
It's like when I got into AA, everybody's like, yeah, but I got a diploma. I don't have to do all the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. I graduated at therapeutic community. They said, we don't care where you graduated from. Recovery is ongoing. It's the rest of your life. I mean, you're an addict. You're going to have to work on that every day of your life. And I'm like, what do I got to do?
So even 40 years later, you're still having the internal dialogue of, I'm just living to stay sober for today.
I take, actually the internal, what I did was, this is what I've done. I get on my knees every morning and I ask God to remove the obsession for drugs and alcohol. And I actually use the 12 steps actually to quit smoking too.
Wow.
So I asked God to remove the obsession for smoking. Although I had to go through the pain of not smoking, but I asked God, He took the edge off, and it was like everything else I did, it was really, really tough. I acted out and I did a bunch of crazy stuff. So back to when the day you start drinking, emotionally, you're going to be that when you quit. So your emotions and feelings are going to be 100 times more sensitive when you stop, because you're going to go back to this emotional, raw human being. You're just going to be like raw. And what happened to me in treatment was once I was in there, all my life, all the abuse, the addiction, my mom beating me, leaving me without food for weeks sometimes, me going to school without lunch money most of the time, and somebody would see me at lunch and go like, you don't have a lunch, Donnie? I'm like, no. And somebody would give me half a sandwich, and then I'd go home from school, and my mom, I always smell in the room was hairspray, and I knew that she was gone. she was an alcoholic. My dad, she had custody of us for a while, and that's and my dad couldn't for the time being, so she would go out. She would just go out and go on a bender, drinking and drugging. So I knew that she was gone. So I would actually go for weeks without food. I mean, I'd get what I could. Me and my brother Eddie, we laughed because we tried to make biscuits once and we blew up the stove. We put the gas on it and it never lit. We didn't know that. And then when it finally it blew up, the door opened up and blew Eddie across the room. But
my
yeah,
God.
but he never got hurt. But so that's the kind of stuff that I had. When you want to talk about negative thoughts and negative stuff when you grow up and that's all that's around you. How do you deal with that? And then what I was doing in there when I had those raw emotions, I was basically, and I look back because I had to do I wrote about it, and I look back and I actually felt and acted like an 8-year-old kid, an 8-year-old little boy. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, I would sit on everybody. It was just crazy. My counselor, like I said, they wanted to get rid of me there because I was like a pain in the ass. But I stayed. I didn't leave.
It's funny you say that because I go into some of these rehab locations and detox centers, and I kind of see the same behavior of childlike behavior.
Yeah.
And it's not like some of them are obviously trying to get under your skin and but I think that it definitely brings you back once you're detoxing, once you are in that sober mindset of okay, why did you even start using in the first place? Well, all those traumas sometimes even come back up, and all those root causes you kind of reminisce back and puts you in that childlike behavior, because a lot of these addicts have started since they were kids, have started since a very young life because they were trying to cope. And it all goes back to that original question, full circle of, the addiction, what's the disease like? What is the disease of addiction? And the lack of ease, the lack of, you're missing something and you need that, there's a hole in your heart almost, and you need something to fill that. And the only thing I found that worked for me is God, like you were saying. There's a God-size hole in your heart, and only God can fill it. But a lot of people think these substances and this addiction can have them escape from that pain, that lack of whatever that they're missing, whether it's validation or whatever. I'm sure there's plenty other things that people are feeling empty of, loneliness or whatever it is that they use the substance to fill. And that is incredible that you were able to use God still today to help you. Would you say that's the number one most impactful, positive force to help your addiction?
Yeah. So hold that thought. Don't forget that.
Will do.
So, as being an 8-year-old, emotionally, and doing my inventory to find out. Well, what I did was for weeks, when I came downstairs and I would eat breakfast, I would sit there by myself just looking around the room, and tears were just coming down my eye. It was like, you might as well, it was like pouring out of my eyes, just crying. Somebody'd say hi to me, I would just bawl. And I realized that all those years from all that abuse that I went through, and I talk about that a lot in my book to set the stage for how, that realized that I was in a safe place, and I was able to cry I was able to let go and let myself feel. But I never did. I never let myself feel. I never cried. At some point in my life, I quit laughing. Wow. Life wasn't fun. Life wasn't funny. There was nothing funny about it, and when I went into there, and then I just, and a lot of people go like, well, I don't want to go into detox because I got my job and I got this and I got my kids and I got that. Nothing else matters. I don't care what's going on in your life. Your parents could be, dying or whatever. That doesn't matter. What you got to do is you got to take care of yourself. That's it. You got to do what you got to do. So, and I was crying and crying and crying and I mean, it's like I'm not like, it's hard to talk about that kind of stuff sometimes because sometimes I get kind of embarrassed about it.
Right.
And I felt that way in there. But for the first time in my life, I felt safe. I never felt safe. And I think that's very important for people to know that if you're going to get clean and sober and you need to get serious, you need to be in a safe place.
And that's what you felt when you were in the detox at?
Not when I was in a detox, when I was in, because when I went into this, and now it's called Spectrum Systems Inc. I actually did a same kind of interview there like a few years ago, like what we're doing here.
Yeah.
But I did it with a doctor. And so he was like therapeutically asking me questions, And I baffled him too. No, I'm kidding. I'm just talking about the disease because there's not too many people that have been through what I've been through. And that's one of the reasons why I wrote both these books too, because nobody, like you said, you wouldn't believe it. So that's what we got to realize emotionally. And I couldn't control myself. I was acting out. I couldn't. I was laying down in my bunk, and there was like 8 of us or 9 of us or so in a room in bunks. And of course, I wasn't used to that either. But I didn't have control over my body. I would be laying there because I went in my 5th detox, and then I went into the office and I was kind of panicking, and I said, listen, I think I need to talk to you guys. And they said, well, what do you want? There's like 5 counselors and they're writing in their books, and and I said, well, I think I got a problem. And they all turned and looked at me, all 5 of them looked at me like that, like, what's the problem? And I says, I think I'm an alcoholic and addict. They all looked at me at the same time and said, no shit. And they were laughing, but I wasn't. I was, for the first time in my life, I was screwed. And I said, I don't know what to do. I thought this was a joke for a long time, and then I realized I can't stop this, and self-will, all self-will in the world's not going to do it. So what I did was I asked them, what can I do? I don't know what to do. And they said, well, you are a very sick individual. You more than likely are not going to be able to stay sober. And I'm like, well, what do I got to do? And they said, you need to go into a long-term treatment program, therapeutic program. And I said, how long is it? They said 18 months. I said, you don't have anything shorter? Because what I'm thinking is like, I want to get out and use.
Yeah.
Because that's how I thought.
Wow.
Yeah, how can I use? And when I went in there, I'm like, how can I use? You know what I mean? It's you don't like think, okay, I'm going to quit. Every day you're there. I'm there like 6 months. I'm thinking, how can I use? But I realized this is the turning point, and I knew you were going to bring this up at some point. But why did you decide to get sober? Everybody asked me, what was it that made you get sober? But I was hearing people talk about God there. It would come to speak and stuff, and turning your will and life over to the care of God. And I asked God in the morning to remove the obsession for the drugs and alcohol. And then at night, after the end of the day, before I go to bed, I hit my knees and I thank God for a beautiful day, a wonderful day, and thank you for keeping me sober for this day. I thank you, and I love you. And there's a lot of things that I do. I do a lot of praise in my mind. I do a lot of praise, and lately I've been doing a lot of, even when I lay down, I'm like, I just thank you, Lord. I just have this gratitude of, regardless of, my mom died, my dad died, My younger brother died, and I still, two of my very best friends died, and I still thank God every day, because the one thing that's happened in my life is that people say, oh, there is no God, and there isn't. I said, well, I'm living proof there's a God. If you want, everyone, well, I don't believe God. I need something that I can touch and feel, and I need to. I said, well, you can come over and like feel my shoulder anytime you want. You know what I mean?
I love
I'm
it.
living proof.
Absolutely.
What do you want? You go to AA meeting. There's like 99% of the people are sober. You walk in that room, you know that God is there. You know that God is there. You can go into a church and not feel that. You can go into one of the best churches in the world and it's all plastic. But you go, this is real, man. This is raw. These are people that have gone through it, baby. You know, this is the shit of the shit.
Literally.
Yeah, and they're not all that well. You know, a lot of us are still very sick. You know, I'm not going to be healed until I, go to heaven, But that's the whole point, is consistently working on myself, and gratitude is a huge point of that. So I think, hopefully I didn't and now if you can go back to the question that you asked before.
Absolutely. That's really the biggest positive impact on your recovery, lifelong recovery, that helped you and motivated you. Of course, you said your kids motivated you, which was a huge part.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, I wanted to tell that story.
Absolutely. Tell it. Go for it.
Yeah. I
Another pin. We'll keep it going.
I know it was leading up to something.
Absolutely.
So I was outside, I think it was like 6 months in that program. And my kids, my wife didn't come up. She was still using. But her mother brought my kids up, Amy and Jesse, and Jesse was 8 and Amy was, I think, 7 or 6.5 or so. But I love my kids. I really love my kids a real lot. And so long in my life I struggled because I wanted to be a good father. I really loved my kids. I love my kids more than anything in the world. I would die for my kids. And I loved Ann very, very much. And I wanted more than anything to be that father and that husband that they could look up to. And I didn't, and I wasn't, And my kids, she brought my kids up this particular time. And we had a fantastic day. We had all kinds of, up whenever my kids came up, they'd let me just do whatever you want to do. I had this whole big place to go around, and I could go out in the field and we could have fun and just, laugh and dance and all kinds of.
At Spectrum?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because it was a big house. It was out in Northbrook. No, it was in Westboro. It was an old house, colonial house. It was beautiful. I loved it. The long staircase,
That's
wooden.
awesome.
It was beautiful. It was I still consider that my home. That's where I grew up.
Wow.
So, we had this really great day. Had a lot of fun, and you've got to, if I was on a learning experience and I was supposed to be cleaning and all this other stuff, well, my kids came up. Everything else, you do anything you want, It was one of those things where that's the most important thing, your children know. So, my counselor used to tell me to call them at least every day or every other day. And he'd always say, did you call your kids yet, And I'd say no, and he'd say, well, you gotta call your kids. So I got used to doing that, but because I was so embarrassed, So they came up this one time, and this is very emotional, but they came up, we had this great day, and then it was so hard to say goodbye to them, and they didn't want to leave me, and they loved me, and they were crying, and we were hugging, and they got in the car, and they drove away, and I was standing out front with a few other people, and one of the counselors and stuff like that. We were just it was nice, quiet, and it was very emotional to say goodbye to them. And I heard them crying. It was really loud. And they drove out to Route 9, and I could still hear them crying. It was a summer day, and I could still hear them crying. I listened to them crying for probably like 5 minutes. They were screaming, and I mean, I didn't understand why it didn't like fade out. And later on, I found out that they had to pull the car over because they were sick. They were actually vomiting and shaking and everything else. That it was so traumatizing. And I realized that moment when I heard them screaming and crying like that, I flashed back to when I was a child, and nobody never got better. No one ever got. They always got worse. And that's this disease. It never gets better. It always gets worse. So what I heard them crying. I'm like, I could feel that. And I remember that little 9-year-old boy, me, where I felt so empty and nobody loved me. Nobody cared. Nobody took any time to show me how to read or write or nothing. That I would go to school with no lunch money, and I would starve sometimes. And my brother and my sister. And they would come to me and say, Donnie, what are we doing? I'm like, I had no answers, you know? And so I thought of those kids, and this was like horrible. It was one of the most horrible things I could ever think of in my life that happened. And I looked up at the sky. I remember like it was yesterday, and I looked up at the sky, and I said, Lord Jesus, I said, I am never, ever, ever going to pick up another drug or drink as long as I live. And I went upstairs into the house, and I went upstairs, and there's a friend of mine, Jose, he was praying on his knees. And he was saying it out loud, and he was speaking Spanish. I didn't know what he was saying. So, and I'm like, it looks so humble, you know. So I said, what are you doing? And after he finished, he says, well, Donnie, I'm asking God to remove the obsessions for drugs and alcohol and help me to stay in this program for this one day at a time. And I said, okay. And then he left, and I shut the door because I didn't want anybody to see me praying, God forbid.
Right.
You know, I mean, I don't mind scraping around on the carpet and look for a piece of crack that I might have dropped, or barfing over the toilet on my knees.
Wow.
But God forbid somebody sees me praying, you know.
Yeah.
It's just the mentality. So
embarrassing.
But
almost.
I said, at this point, I don't care. I shut the door. I got on my knees, and I asked God, you know, as I understood him, because I didn't know. To that point, the God in my understanding, I would always, can you really help me get another bag today, you know? I think I was praying to the devil, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And so this time I'm praying to God, and I was on my knees, and I asked God to remove the obsession for drugs and alcohol for that day, and to help me stay in. I just kind of like, I didn't know really what to do, but I just, Lord, I don't know. I hurt my kids, and I don't want to do that again. I never want to hurt my kids again. And look what I've done. I screwed up everything in my whole life. I've screwed up, and I don't know what to do. And I need your help. And I asked God to remove the obsession for, you know, the drugs and the alcohol, and to help me to stay in this program for one day. And I don't know if you're there or not, but I need your help, you know. For the first time in my life, I asked for help. I never asked for help for anything. And when I was on my knees on that bed, I felt somebody put their hands on both of my shoulders and then one on my head, gently. This is the honest truth. I am not lying to you. I felt this feeling go all the way through my body, all the way to my toes, from my toes, and come all the way back up to my head. It was like this whole being reborn or something. I don't know what it was. And it just was overwhelming. And I stood up, and I took a deep breath, and I went, wow, I feel pretty good.
Wow.
And I went downstairs and I started cleaning the dirtiest part of the kitchen in Spectrum House. And they asked me, like, my counselor comes walking by and he says, what's he doing cleaning that? You know, what's he doing there? And he said, well, he just started cleaning the dirtiest part of the kitchen. And he says, Steiger, get in my office. Because I was always, Steiger in the pan, wash the dishes, you know, because I was always screwing up. I was a big screw up. I just didn't get thrown out. This always like that. And he says, what's going on? And he always asked me, he said, you know, what about your children? And I would scream at him and swear and spit and said, F you, blah, 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 blah. Because I was like still this rebellious kid.
Right.
And he said, what's going on, Don? And because I was always a pain in the ass. And he said, I love Heydrich. To this very day, it's like, you know, he's one of those people that was there for me, even when I was the worst person. And he still cared, and he's like, even though he'd say, I don't have time for this, get in my office, man, you know, and what's the matter? You know? So, and I was always complaining, and because I was a big complainer, but I was staying, and he says, so what's going on? And, you know, he's had this little belly, and he'd sit in a chair like this and go, so, Mr. Steiger, what's going on with you today? You know, rubbing his belly, and I said, Heydrich, I said, for the first time in my life, I realized that you are trying to help me. And I said, all my life, I never had that. I never had anybody that wanted to help me. I mean, I never really had that. I don't understand it. And I said, and I love my kids, and I don't want to hurt them again. And I said, from now on, I'm going to be a different person here. And you know, for the first time in my life, I realized what you guys are here because you want to help us. And I always thought that people wanted to hurt me. And it was a very, very profound moment in my life. And at that time, I was always in trouble. I stole a cigarette, and I stole a lighter, and I went down a tunnel because they had tunnels there, and I would light up a cigarette, and I would smoke the cigarette, and I would come out. And then one day I stole another cigarette and a lighter because you weren't supposed to smoke because I was on learning experiences and you know, that kind of thing. And I went in the bathroom and I lit my cigarette and I smoked it real quick, threw it in the toilet and washed my face and came out. And one of the guys that I knew who liked me, but he said, Donnie, and we confronted each other. Have you been smoking? And I said, no. He said, Donnie, have you been smoking? And I'm like, no. He said, listen, if you can't get honest with me now, how are you going to get honest with yourself when you're out on the street? If you can't tell me the honest truth right now, you're going to die an addict. And I said, shh, people are going to hear you, you know. So that was before, you know. And he rolled me up, and I went upstairs, and they gave me this. They said, we're going to help you out. And there's 5 people that screamed at me, and then they gave me this big, it was this big around, and it was like that long, and it said Marlboro on it. It was a big cigarette.
Wow.
And it had a rope in it that went through it, and I had to wear it. I put it around my neck, and this will help you out. And I'm like, oh, great. So I was walking around, you know, and I was on a learning experience. So I was the one that had to scrub the floor. I was one that had to take the trash. I was the one that had to do all the dishes.
With this cone on your head.
No, it wasn't on my head. I had to wear it around my neck.
It's a necklace.
Drag this. It was this big.
Oh my goodness.
It was freaking that big, man. I had to drag it around. Just to remind you, you know, because I had this huge cigarette, and it was like, and I had this rope. I got rope burns. No, I'm kidding. I don't. But I always say that to people.
Yeah. So
I wore this thing, and as a reminder, you know. And every time I walked into a room, people confronted me, because back then we confronted people, like. And guess what they asked me when I walked into a room?
What'd they ask you?
They asked me, Donnie, and I have to respond, yes, and I can only say yes and thank you. You know, that's
right.
it.
Really?
Yeah, but they asked me, all of them, like, you know, because everybody, like, it goes to their heads, you know, like, what, did you have a cigarette today? And I'm like, nope. Thank you. You know, and that's all I could do is say that, and that was it. And I wanted to say, fuck you all, you know, you can kiss my ass, you know.
Right.
But I learned, it taught me discipline. And then when I was good, they'd let me go out on the porch and have a cigarette. But I had to wear this thing every time I came downstairs, I had to have it on. So I ate with it on, and I went to the bathroom with it on. I had to have it. And the only time I'd take it off was when I was upstairs, but I had to have this on all the time. And then we would have visitors, like the mayor would come by, and they would show them around the house, and they would like, this is the living room, here's the TV, and this is where they watch TV, and this is the rec room, and this is the kitchen, and there's Donnie with the big cigarette. What's the matter with him? You know? So, and what happened was, one day I was so sick of wearing that thing, and because I kept really screwing up, and then one day I was so pissed. I was just about, you know, I was about ready to get it off it. I didn't know, but I picked it. I was so pissed. I had a bad day. I just picked the thing up and I slammed it against the wall, and somebody wrote me up and said he threw the cigarette up, he acted out. So I got called in the office again. And all 5 of them, like,
oh God,
yeah, screamed at me, you know, if you keep this up, you're gonna and you leave here, you're gonna end up dying an addict, and you know, think about your kids, and you know, they always did all that stuff. And then they had this sign. I had a sign. It was that wide, and it was that big, and they laminated this thing, and it said, instead of dealing with my feelings in the appropriate manner, I choose to dump them on the floor and act like a baby. And they drew these really cool baby rattlers at the bottom and stuff, you know.
Oh,
and it was
man.
all living color, you know,
That's
big
wild.
letters. And I'm like, I put the rope on, and like, here I am again. I'm dragging this thing around, you know. So that was like,
replaced the
yeah, because I acted out.
Yeah.
And so these are what we call learning experiences. And I look at life, right? Life is full of learning experiences.
Absolutely.
But this was the time, I didn't realize it at the time, but when I was in that office with Heydrich, and I had finally gotten off that, and because I was, you know, it was a pretty rebellious time there, and I finally got off that, and then spending time with my kids, and I was starting to think better. You know, I was starting to think, my brain was starting to think clearer. I was starting to feel good about myself. It took probably 3 to 4 months for my body to even, you know, a lot of the things I like to tell people is, one of the things about going detox is you're in there for, I don't know how many weeks, but I think it was 21 days when I was doing it.
It's different for every program.
Yeah, so, but you get the drugs out of your system, but your system is going to take a while to adapt to that, because your body has endorphins, and your endorphins are basically, your body has they're always working to keep your body from being in pain, you know. Otherwise we would be in pain, everything we move. So if we don't have that, so what I've been doing all these years is putting it in my body anyway, you know, the alcohol and everything else. So what happens when you take all that out, on top of being, you know, the 8-year-old, I'm raw feeling everything. I blink my eyes and it hurts, you know. It's that bad. So, but I got sent right up there, and I detoxed there. They right away, when I told them that, they said, okay, we're going to ship you out now.
Wow.
And I had to go through the pain. I had to go through that horrible pain, and that's, you know, it was horrible. And they actually had somebody walk around with me for, I think, 2 weeks, because I was on suicide watch, you know, and there's no locks on the doors there, because in the bathrooms and stuff.
Oh, wow.
So they had somebody go with me. If I had to go to the bathroom, they had to take me to the bathroom, and they would stand outside the door, and then they would bring me back down, you know.
Sounds like a lot of like embarrassing, humiliation.
Yeah.
going through that
I wrote
process.
a poem about that in there. See what he does, you know. But I wrote about that in Suck Up the Purple Buttermilk because that's how I was feeling. But I felt that way anyway. It's just that now it was amplified.
Yeah, it sounds.
And
like
that's why. And I could blame Spectrum or the detox, if whatever detox or program, for making me feel that way. But the thing of it is I made myself feel that way. The program didn't make me feel that way.
Yeah, it's very interesting. How long did they have you wear that sign for? And looking back on it, like, how did?
As long as I needed to.
Do you think it was like a? Are you grateful that they put you through that?
Yeah.
And amplified that?
Today, yeah. Because it's like we have disabilities. I think we all have disabilities. Everybody has something.
For sure.
Everybody has something. If you want to call it something wrong with me, I call it defects, a defect of character. You want to call in Alcoholics Anonymous, they call them defects of character.
No one's perfect.
God, please remove the defects of character. And when I do my 4-step, I write all this stuff down, and the exact natures of my wrongs, and then I do a 5th step, and I tell my sponsor what I did. So, and then 6 is become willing to remove my defects. And 7 is actually physically get on my knees and ask God to remove the defects of character. And then all of a sudden I start being more aware of them. And, but sometimes God says, no way, I'm not going to remove that. And you know why he says I'm not going to do that? Is because he uses those defects to help others. You know, so sometimes we feel like we have a defect, but it's not. It's because God won't remove it. He's using you to help another person, you know. And I guess I kind of lost my track, my train of thought there. What finally I got off, I think it was on that thing like 8 or 9 days or whatever.
Okay, so it's not like months or you didn't have it the whole time.
But if I kept acting out, I would. If I had went in that room and just told everybody you like to, shove it,
Right.
Or just go out on the porch and keep sneaking cigarettes, Although I did sneak cigarettes here and there, but what this program taught me and wearing that stuff like that is honesty. I had to get honest with myself because out on the streets I was a liar, I cheat, I stole. A lot of money's worth of stuff, and I wasn't honest with people, and I did that as a survival, and then we look at that. Okay, what is that? It's a defect of character, and that's what we do if we're alcoholics and addicts. And whenever I get clean, when I get sober. And I don't do the program, and I don't realize that this is what I'm doing, what am I going to do? I'm still going to lie, cheat, and I'm still going to steal. I'm just not drinking. Yep, God removed the alcohol, desire for an alcohol, but, the thing of it is now do you want to become a better person, And that's what happened with me. Number one, the main criteria was I had to get honest with Donnie. And that was the hard part because that's when I was crying and stuff, realizing, I was a victim of this disease, the disease. And then I ended up using it and being it and worse, I never left my kids without food or anything like that, but I wasn't there emotionally for my kids. And I look back at that. So that day, is when I went into Heydrich's office and I had been off the learning experience, and I told him from now on I'm gonna really try to do this program the best I can, And I think it was in there probably about maybe a year, maybe 9 months or so. It took me a long time, and I didn't know how to read or write. But he called me in the office and he said, "Listen, I'm going to put you in charge of Spectrum House." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, I want you to be in charge of all the vans, because we had like 3-4 vans. You're going to be in charge of all the people that are driving the vans, and I want you to I want you to be in charge of the fire, in charge of checking for the fire. You know,
Oh, wow.
you have to go like it's like maybe every like 4 or 5 hours somebody has to do a fire check just to go through all the houses and just make sure everything's okay. So what I did was he gave me an office, well, basically a big desk.
Wow.
And I said, but I don't know, and I have to write all this stuff out. I said, I don't know how to read or write. He said, don't worry about it. There was a lawyer that just came in, so we're going to have him work for you. And so I delegated all this work, and I checked everything, and I came in there the worst person, and that was when I felt really good, and when I felt that, and I said, why get sober? You know, why would I even want to? I mean, yeah, my kids are great, and I want to get sober my kids, but I have nothing else to get sober for. You know, I was thinking that to myself, but then I realized the people that were coming in there, the new people, I would always be attracted to the I say kids, but the guys, and only guys stick with the guys. And I would help them make the beds, and I would tell them, you know, what the program is like, and what to do and what not to do, and stuff like that. And I found that was, I said, geez, I think I got a purpose. I said, and if I stay sober, I can help other people get sober too. And I'm like, oh wow, that's awesome. I was just thinking that to myself. I'm like, and I liked helping people. And Raul was one of the guys that I helped. He was a basket case. He was
the guy who was Hispanic praying.
Yeah.
Raul.
Yeah, he was a Christian, and I didn't know that, but you know, and he was crying, and he was crying all the time, and I said, listen, I'll help you out, and I showed him everything. I showed him his bunk, and I helped him make his bed, and one night he was crying, and I went and I knew I could hear him crying, and I went over his bed, and I just like, you know, I held his hand, and I said, listen, you know, you're gonna be okay, you know what I mean? Just hang in there, don't worry, just, you know, if you need me, I'm here for you, you know, and I hung around with him a lot. I mean, it's not somebody that would actually like. I don't usually go out and say, okay, this guy's gonna be my best friend. They just end up being that way. But that's kind of what happened. I got this bond with him because I wanted to help him, and he ended up leaving, but I worked with him. I mean, a lot, you know. And there was another friend of mine in there who was sick, and everybody thought he was playing sick, you know, because that may be one of his MOs. You never know, and he just wouldn't work and stuff like that.
Right.
And he was getting sicker, and I realized, and he was like in bed, and he won't get out of bed, and all the counselors are like, this guy, we're gonna have to throw him out, you know, he's so lazy, blah, blah, blah. And I went up, and I was at the time of a learning experience, and I wasn't supposed to, you know, be around anybody that was basically new or whatever like that. Not new, but negative.
In the process,
yeah.
Right.
So, but I would go upstairs, I would sneak upstairs, and I would bring him a meal, because they wouldn't give him a meal. They wanted him to come down and get it. And I would bring him a meal, and then I'd bring the dishes down, you know. And I was doing stuff like that. For some reason, I just knew. And then later on, they had all these people come in, and they took our blood, and they were taking everybody's blood, even in the detox, and we're like, what's going on here, man? And come to find out, it was when AIDS was like spreading like wildfire. People were dying left and right. There was no cure for it. And they say that it was just because homosexuals and all this. But because we were addicts, and if we were IV users, we could more likely have it, you know.
Makes sense, yeah.
And I got tested too, but whenever they came in, they tested everybody, and then that's when they found out he had AIDS. And I was the only one that could see that he was telling the truth. Only one in the whole place.
Wow.
Everybody threw him under the bus, and I didn't. I knew there was something up with him, you know, and I really cared about it. that was the guy that actually said, Donnie, if you don't get honest in here, you know, when I came out smoking the cigarette, you know, they could smell the cigarette on my breath. If you don't get honest in here, you're gonna die a junkie out there. That was the guy. But those are the kind of things that we're actually helping each other. They don't do. I don't see that in AA. I always see that. We used to do that, but nobody does anymore. It's like, why don't you just ask somebody, did you use today? You know, people
the simple
need,
stuff.
Yeah, and like people get offended. I'm like, what are you getting offended for? You know, but things have changed. You know, in 40 years, a lot has changed. So, but I know I go back to the house, but that's where I grew up. And when I went to speak there, the doctor, Spectrum, called me up and said, listen, we want you to come up because you're a long-term graduate of the place. And they had they had this elaborate setup, you know, I'm with a doctor, you know. It's online too if anybody wants to see it. You know, just hit Donnie Steiger and it'll all come up. I got quite
I'll link it all in the description.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
So I went there, and now Spectrum House is a multi-billion-dollar. It's all over the world.
Worldwide.
But when I went there to speak, I went over to the house because it was built on the same property. And now they have detoxes and everything.
It's still there, the same house.
I don't know if it is now, probably. But I went there and I went to the house. I pulled up front and wow, all the emotions. I was like, and I'm looking in there and nobody's using it because the place has grown so much. And I'm looking in there and I'm looking at the staircase and I'm looking in the hallway and all the same pictures are up there. And this was like, I think I was probably like 30-something years or something like that. And it was very emotional. So then I went in for the interview and I'm like, oh boy, God help me. Because I was like, I just gotten out of there, you know. It was like I just came back from visiting the place, my home, you know. And but the last chapter in the Suck Up the Purple Buttermilk is my real home is Hawthorne, California.
Yeah.
When I did the last chapter, I flew out to California. It's actually the shortest chapter, but it's one of the most important chapters. And Johnny, he was working on that 70s show at the time, you know. And he says, "You want to go see all the guys, on the show? We can go down to, where they're shooting it, and all, see how Hollywood celebrities and stuff." And I'm like, "I'm from California. I don't want anything to do with celebrities. I want to go surfing, and I want to go to the house where I was raised as a kid." And he said, "All right." So he drove, and we rented a car. We actually went all the way up the coast from San Diego all the way up to San Francisco. But I went to visit the house, and I got out of the car, and I just looked at it. It was still there, and I just fell to my knees, and I started bawling. I was so emotional because I looked at the house, and I'm like, then, you ever see these movies where, like, before the person dies, all this stuff flashes, and their whole family, and somebody's saying this, and all that stuff. Well, that was what was happening, and I fell to my knees, and I just started crying, and I was like, oh my God, everything that I've been through in my life, oh my God, and it all hit me. It's like, I made it. That's what I was thinking, like, whenever I was telling you about Tyrus, who was sitting out in the sun, and that's whenever he realized he's okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was the day that I realized, oh my God, I'm okay. I made it.
That's so beautiful.
I can't believe it. And then we went to the grammar school, and the high school, but they all had fences,
Yeah, but still to go there and reminisce and that
So,
sounds very therapeutic.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so that was healing. That's the kind of stuff that I had to do to heal too.
And I was gonna talk to you about.
Anyway,
I know, right?
What is it? We've been doing this for a while.
No.
Are you all right?
I'm
with this?
absolutely. If you have the time, I would love. I have so many more questions for you.
That's why I'm here.
Absolutely.
I'm here for you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
I was gonna
You can
ask
take a break
you,
anytime you want, people.
Yeah,
though.
put a pause
Yeah.
on that and
Get
then
a
come back later.
glass of water and come back.
I was gonna ask you, what brought you from California to Mass, and I know that story. It's a great story. I definitely want to leave it for, give people a chance to read the book themselves, because there's so many great stories in that book.
Yeah.
Especially your relationship with your mom. I do
yeah,
definitely want
that's
to
another
talk
one,
to you
like,
about
whew.
that
Yeah.
later as well. But we talked a lot about addiction and, what addiction meant, and, the disease of addiction, and we'll definitely talk a lot more about that as well. But recovery we got into a little bit as well, and that's a huge part of it.
Very,
Obviously,
very.
the biggest part of it is you got to recover, you got to heal yourself, and the types of recovery. It's not just people hear recovery, right? But it's like, is there different kinds of recovery? Like I heard like active recovery, passive recovery. Like, is there a difference between the two, or is it just what is recovery? Is there steps to it? Is there stages of recovery? For you, like, what is recovery to you?
Well, I think there's only. It all depends on what you want to recover from. Like if you get bit by a shark and you're in the hospital and you got, you want to recover from like a shark bite.
Right. That. Yeah.
So, So first of all, I got to take a honest look at myself, and that's the hard part, to actually look at myself and look at my behavior and look at the people that I've hurt. And then also in the steps too. I talk about all these steps in that book. One of the steps is like making amends and stuff like that. There's the recovery that I'm talking about is recovery from the addiction, right? And all the pain that I not only put on myself. I got to get better first, right? Before I can help anybody else, So, but in order for me to get better, I actually have to take inventory. And that's what basically what this book is about. It talks about the stages of recovery that you want to go through, and it all depends on how much you want. There are some people that I've heard speak, that are speakers on the program, AA or whatever, and they talk about, just going through whatever you need to do, and then that's it. But for myself, it's always an ongoing thing. I'm always going to have this disease. I mean,
Till you go to heaven, till you die, right?
Always
battling it.
and this is, like I said, a defect of character. Is it a defect? Possibly, but God heals me. He healed me so that I can heal others through me. So it all depends on what kind of recovery that you're talking about. If we're talking about, I definitely was an alcoholic. I call myself, when I go to a meeting or whatever, I say, yeah, I'm Donnie, I'm an alcoholic. If I go to Narcoticsanonymous, I say, I'm Donnie, I'm an addict, and I can tell my story about my heroin and all that, drugs and stuff like that. But we don't really talk about the drugs that much. We talk about recovery. Some people that are newly sober, that part of recovery for them, they don't know the other part. They don't know the result of the program working, getting into a better frame of mind where you don't need to talk about the drugs and the alcohol. I talk about the drugs and alcohol if I go into a detox more, so that they can identify with what I went through. And so if that person is newly sober, that's all they got to bring to the meeting. So what are they bringing? They're bringing the disease. They're going to talk about the disease, and I'm not there to hear a disease. But if I'm listening to somebody who's like a week sober, struggling, then I can identify with that, and in the struggles, So that actually helps me,
That's a beautiful answer. I think especially when you said the cause of it, like what are we recovering from, like a shark attack, like, right? Like, and that wants me to bring it back to addiction a little bit too, because it's like, what is the difference between someone who has, 2-3 drinks a week, 2-3 drinks a day? Like, what's the line that makes you an addict? Especially let's say alcohol, for example, is such a great thing to focus on because it's like one of the leading addictions in America right now, alcohol. And so it's like, when do you know you're an addict? When do you know you need help? Or is it an internal thing? Is it like, oh, I'm fine because I feel fine, I can still function, whatever that means? Or is there like an actual, number of, I can stop when I want to. I only have a drink a week or whatever. Like, is there like something, like a physical number, a literal number we can think of? Or is it more abstract than that?
If you have more than a beer and a half a day, you're an alcoholic. No, I'm kidding. It's funny that you asked that because one day I was with my son, and we were in Florida, and Jesse says, "See those guys over there?" And they were all, drinking out. They were winos, and they were all like, no teeth, straggly hair, the same clothes they had on for like probably a year or 2 years. And they were that kind of stuff. Yeah. And Jesse says, "Dad, if I ever get like that, help me, definitely throw me into a detox or something." And he says, "Let me know." And I said, "Listen, Jesse, those guys don't even know they're that bad, because what happens is it pickles your brain, and there are a lot of people that are pickled. They get what it does is that alcohol is poison.
Absolutely.
I'm not against people drinking.
But it is poison.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I'm not telling anybody you need to go. It's up to the individual to determine that, and I can't tell anybody you're an alcoholic, even if you're an alcoholic. Some people are like, yeah, you can't tell anybody that that they're an alcoholic, but some people that you're a freaking alcoholic, man. You know what I mean? It's obvious.
Like, clearly, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people, they don't know they're that bad when it comes to alcohol, because it numbs the brain, and and the problem with that is you keep settling for less. You keep settling for less, and you keep settling for less, and keep settling for less, and to the point where you're in the people. I've known people that have had to go into the emergency ward. They drink themselves almost to death, and they get out and they're sober for a year, or 2 years, and then they go back and they end up in the hospital again. And it's just that. And they get out and they talk a good talk, but they don't get honest with themselves.
Is that the key right there? Addiction is progressive, and it always gets worse over time.
Yes, and that's a very, if anybody ever takes anything from what I'm saying today, is if you have an addiction, it always, alcohol and drugs, it never gets better. It always gets worse. It always gets worse. It never gets better. You can think you're okay, but it always progresses. It's a progressive disease. It's like a cancer that starts eating you alive. Now, what happened? I don't know how many, 6 months, years old, drinking a beer. So that was the progression of my alcoholism. I drank all my life. I used to steal my dad. We were watching in California. I think I was like 4. And he was, the Dodgers were actually in California at that time, in Hawthorne, or that area. But we were watching the Dodgers play, and that back then we had those TVs that, that would, start flipping, and have to get up and slap the side of it and turn it like this, and then get the channel, put it in between, maybe get some aluminum foil and put that on the...
If you hit it hard enough, it works.
Yeah, so my dad was, he'd open up a beer, and he'd, be sitting there, and he'd go over to the TV, because it would be doing that, and he'd like, boom, and he'd slap it a couple times, beautiful, and he'd walk backwards slowly and sit down, and then he would go for the beer, and he lifted it up, it was gone, there's nothing in there, and I would be standing there going, Well, I knew I had so much time between the time he gets up to go
Wow.
fix that TV, before he gets back to finish or drink as much of this as I can. But I used to get sips from him. He would open a beer, he would give me a sip of it, you know.
Mm.
And I was the only, my brother, my sister never was like that. So, you know, and that's another good thing. Some of us are born with this disease, and some of us aren't. My brother and my sister, Susie and Eddie, never had this disease.
You think it can develop throughout your life through the trauma or like?
Well, you can use it as a crutch, I guess, sometimes.
Mm.
But if you have this disease, I think it's a genetic.
Mm.
But like I said, it's an addiction. But there are different types of addiction, like, you know, the Olympics. You know, you want to go to the Olympics and you're addicted to, like, I've got to get this medal, and at the end of the world if I don't.
Right.
Which is, it's okay if that's what you want to do. You know, I mean, that's important. But you're not killing yourself with drugs or drinking. You're doing something really motivational that you really want to do.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a very positive addiction. So, but you can, with myself, masking my feelings. So it was, not only was I born into that obsession, and I never knew anything else, and it just kept getting more and more and more. You know, so. Yeah, so the different kinds of disease, you know, it all depends on the individual. You know, you know, a lot of times, when I think of it, this twofold disease of different things, is my life unmanageable? Am I paying my bills? Am I spending all my money on booze? Am I lying and cheating to get it? Am I not paying attention to my children? Am I getting DUIs, you know? Am I just hanging out at the bar all day when I should be home with my wife and kids and work, you know? Or I get drunk at work and, you know, I get fired. So the
indicators.
Yeah, there's the key thing is, number one is my life unmanageable. So that will make your life unmanageable. So you can take a look at that. And the other thing is my life unmanageable, and do I need to drink like every day? Is it one of those things where, you know, I have to have a drink every day, you know? And that's really, really would tell you too. I mean, life unmanageable, and you have an obsession for drinking, you know, which is what I had. I had the disease, you know.
And what's the solution if there's so many people who are with these addictions who, you know, like you were saying earlier, who don't believe in God and you know, need the proof.
Atheists get sober.
Right. How can it's like the hardest thing, you know, to, you know, convince an atheist. What I like to do is I like to, you know, say, imagine, you know, a blank piece of paper, and how much information on this piece of paper do you think, if this piece of paper represented all the knowledge in the universe, how much knowledge of this do you know? And like, what fraction of this clipboard right here, if this one clipboard represented all the information in the universe, what piece of this clipboard would you know? Would you know like a dot? Would you know a circle? Like, would you know, like, how much of that would you know? And, you know, if you're honest with yourself, like me, I know like a sliver of a sliver of a sliver of that dot. There's so much that I don't know.
Right.
And so how can I claim God's not real if I don't even know everything that's out there? It's like, you have to at least say you're agnostic. You have to at least say, if you're honest with yourself and not arrogant, you have to at least say you don't know, because you don't know everything. There's so much out there to explore. But where I was going with this is like, how can we? Is there a solution for, you know, people who don't believe in God? Is it to seek God? Is it to just go to detox programs, AA meetings, NA meetings, any other meeting? There maybe potentially Al-Anon, or is it, you know, a part of all of the above? Is there some sort of solution we can help, you know, the people, especially the atheists out there who are struggling with addiction?
Yeah.
Who can't relate to this, you know, God figure.
Yeah, I get a lot of that. And that people that are atheists, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in Jesus. I says, well, you better pray. There ain't one.
Right. Right.
You know,
Yeah.
because what's the alternative? You know, I mean, got to think of that. It's a very simple question, but there are a lot of people that don't believe that. But my goal as a recovering alcoholic, and I believe in God, I believe in Jesus. My relationship with God, Jesus, has become, it's grown over the years. I mean, I have a lot of things that I write in that book that people are not even going to believe, but they're true.
Absolutely.
So, what if there's a lot of people? My goal as God, I listen to what God has to say to me, of course, but I go to church and they tell people you need to be out on the street preaching to people, and I'm like, but I want to help alcoholics. I'm not like trying to. I mean, I'm not trying to help everybody.
Right.
My goal, I believe, is to help. I mean, I would like help everybody, but my goal is usually to help an alcoholic because that's what usually I'm dealing with. And how do I take now? You're a normal person that is God-fearing, loves Jesus, and prays all the time. How are you going to help an alcoholic if you haven't been an alcoholic? You know, you can tell him you need to find Jesus. You go to church, and the pastor's saying, you need to find Jesus. You need to find, you in the front row, you need to find Jesus. And you're looking up in the air like, I don't see him anywhere, man. You know, like, he's up there, I don't see him. But you need to find him. You know, I'm like, I don't know where the hell he is, you know. And actually, Jesus is in all of us. God is in all of us, and you don't have to go looking, you know. And all you have to do is have a relationship. You know, I always say people, you know, people that are struggling, I say, you know, you need to get on your knees and ask God. And this is what I do. You ask God. You need to get on your knees because that's part of the humbling. And you need to ask God for help. You know, and now, if you don't believe in God, then you don't want to get on your knees, and what is that? That is like you're actually fighting your disease, you know. You're not, I think the most important part for an alcoholic is most of us can't admit that we have a problem. You know, God forbid. You know, God forbid somebody finds out I'm an alcoholic, but you're the one with 3 DUIs and you're going to jail next week, you know. Right. And you don't think you got a problem. Well, if the cop should not have. I mean, these cops have it out for me, man. You know, they pulled me over 3 times in a week. You know, well, were you drinking? Yeah, but it's none of his business. You know what I mean? What the hell? You should be. I drive better when I'm drunk. You know, it's like.
There's people out there who actually think like that, though. It's crazy.
I would say there's a difference between an alcoholic and a non-alcoholic. Is like, you know, the guy's driving along. He's had a few beers, and the guy gets pulled over, and the cop says, "I smell alcohol in your breath," and he was like, "Have you been drinking?" Like, you always hear him say, "I had 1, you know, or I had 2," and all right, take the breathalyzer, you fail, and then you go to court. You're gonna take your license away. You get busted again. You're gonna go to jail for 6 months, and you just came from your buddies, all watching football, and of course you're gonna have a few beers. So the guy says, and I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to lose my license, and you pay the fine, and then next time you go to your buddy's house, you drink, you get a ride home.
Right.
Right. And the difference between an alcoholic and non-alcoholic is the alcoholic gets pulled over. You know, he's had quite a few drinking, and, you know, you've been drinking. I had 1, you know. And it's like, is that you're going to have to get out of the car and walk a straight line. I can't even get out of the car. I can't even snort a straight line right now. You know, like, get out of the car, man, you know. And then, so, okay, DUI, gonna go in front of the judge, gonna fine. If you do it again, you're gonna get your license, you know, or right now we're gonna take it for like 3 months or something. But you get stopped again, you're gonna go to jail. And the alcoholic says, geez, I wonder what it's gonna be like in jail. You know, quitting isn't an option. I wonder what it's gonna be like in jail. I don't, you know, I guess, you know, so he's trying to figure out what it's gonna be like in there because he's not gonna quit. The guy says, oh, right off the bat, the responsible person, not alcoholic, says, oh, okay, from now on, you know, I'll get a ride home. Because one person there probably won't be drinking. Jimmy, give me a ride home? Yeah, sure, you know. So
That's a great.
It's kind of funny, but it's true.
Unfortunately, it is funny, and I feel like there's a good quote I like to go back to. It's either you laugh or you cry about it, because it is sad and it's unfortunate, but it's also funny at the same time because it's like, how can we be so silly to make these silly decisions?
Yeah, I got a little story to tell you quickly.
Absolutely.
Well, I have a bunch of them, but you know,
Love to
we'll
hear
be here till
Keep 'em
3
coming.
o'clock in the morning.
Keep them coming.
But this guy, he's, you know, alcoholic. He's he's laying on the bench. You know, California, and it was, you know, it's warm, so he just had newspaper for a blanket, you know. And he wakes up in the morning and he kind of like, rubs his eyes, and he's hearing these people sing, you know, gospel. There's a church, and they're hearing these people like, you know, hallelujah, praise the Lord. And he's like, hey, that's pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. I think I'll go over there. And he stumbled in there, and then the pastor's up there, and everybody's clapping. And I mean, I love gospel. I love it. And the guy opens up these big doors, and he's like standing there like this, and he looks around, and this is pretty neat in here, you know. And the preacher says, all right, now is the time we're going to have people come up and we're going to heal you, brothers and sisters. We're going to have healing tonight. And everybody say, hallelujah, hallelujah, right? And the pastor says, you in the back. He says, you. And the guy looks around and he goes, me? Yeah, you. Come on up. We're going to heal you. And he comes walking up, and he's standing there like this. Is hallelujah, brother. I'm so glad that you came here. Everybody here, we're going to pray for you. He says, what is your problem? And he says, I have a hearing problem. Hallelujah, Lord Jesus. Hallelujah, Lord Jesus. He has a hearing problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pray for him. The pastor puts his hands on his ears, and everybody's praying. And then the pastor takes his hands off his ears and says, how's your hearing? And he says, it's not till next week.
That's funny.
Anyway.
That's a good joke. I love it. I like jokes like
anyway, I don't know.
That's funny.
Just kind of a little sense of humor there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You got to throw those those jokes in. That's awesome.
I got a hearing problem.
Little small detail you forgot to mention. I do want to, talk a little bit more about, last thing about alcohol, really. I don't want to spend too much time on it.
That's okay.
I know it's just one of the, biggest issues, talk about people who die drinking and driving, right?
Yeah.
Very tragic. And alcohol it's not just a mental addiction, it's a physiological addiction. If you are alcoholic and you try to cold turkey, you can die, basically. You can, be very, if you're lucky, a very ugly process if you try to do it yourself. And so I want to talk about like the recovery piece for the psychological versus the physical addictions. And you went through them both, I feel like, obviously, but what's the main difference between recovery with a physical addiction and a psychological addiction?
Okay. I think you hit a really something very important there too about detox, because if you're an alcoholic and you're drinking a lot and then you try to detox on your own, what happens is your body will go into convulsions, and you can choke to death, and not good. And the other thing is barbiturates, which are downs, which is like sleeping pills, and you can get them now. A lot of people do that after they get sober. They start taking these, barbiturates, which is really, really bad. But I was taking all of that. I was taking barbiturates. I was shooting heroin.
Benzos.
Yeah, I was taking everything. I was doing anything I get my hands on that was a down. I mean, I wasn't sitting around like this all the time, but for me, I got so strung out on the stuff, it gave me energy. I know it sounds kind of weird, but when I went into detox, they had to detox me, and they actually had to come in and check on me like every hour and a half or something, so to make sure that I didn't. So they were detoxing me off of that too. But you can die from that. You can die from the detox from that. So you always really need to, I would say you need to get a detox. Don't try to do it yourself. So you're talking about mental addiction rather than
a physical. And can one progress more than the other? Do they or is like the progression the same? Is it like depending on the individual of how fast, like all addictions like we discussed are progressive? And are you at risk to progress faster with a physical addiction versus like a mental addiction, or does it not matter as much?
Physical and mental. It actually is both. It's physical and mental. But this is the thing. Your mind is much stronger than your body. Your body, a lot of times we don't have complete control over that, but we have control over our mind, and that's one of the things that I focus on a lot. But it is physical and mental, so you have to fix both. But if you're recovering and you don't go to meetings and you don't do the work that you need to work on yourself, I call it getting clear of your past and understanding that, because I always say, you may be, sometimes I'll write stuff, when I write stuff to people, I write down, you may be through with your past, but your past may not be through with you.
Great quote. I love that.
And so what happens is you're still owned by your mental thinking. You're still you can take the alcohol and drugs out of your body, but it's still not going to heal your thinking. So once you have that thinking, still, and you don't fix that part of your thinking, and you go to that shame and the guilt and stuff like that, that's a trigger. But this is the key. You can be as sick as you want to be and be sober, right?
Yeah.
If you don't do the work on yourself, you can be that person. You can be miserable.
Still lying, still
but
cheating.
But the one thing that you're gonna do is I'm not gonna drink no matter what, So you got that one part, which is the stubborn part of you, and then one day you've had it. You just can't take it anymore. You're so stressed out. I know people that I know, you get so stressed out that you're gonna go drink because I need some kind of something to, get through this pain. I can't handle it. My brain won't shut off, and it's all this negative thinking, and you're not gonna pick up, right? But you can give into that very, easy. It's like you're on the fence, right?
Yep.
And I always tell people, you're on the fence. Oh, you're on the fence. Okay, well, guess what? The disease owns your fence. The disease owns the fence. The disease is still going to get you.
Wow.
Because it owns the fence. It's not, serenity. You're teetering on this disease. You're going to die. You got to get some help here.
That's intense.
And then, but if I can be that, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm going to do it. Just keep white knuckling it. And then one day you're pulling to the package store. Car pulled in. I didn't drive that car. I pulled into the package store, and you get out, and you go in, you buy a, case of beer or a 6-pack of beer. And you're sitting there, and I got 10 years sober, but oh man, I can't take this. I'm emotionally, mentally, what you have this mental screaming at you, all this stuff. And then what happens is all that bad stuff, you keep replaying that, and you're sitting there in the car with, you have no release. And we talked about God, right? I can't go to God for this because I don't have one. But I always say you can use my God if you want. Because I believe in God. You can use my God. He's not so busy nowadays because he's kind of taking a break. Or you can use a group of drunks, which is go to a meeting and just tell people I need some help. Can you help me out? Because I'm having a hard time. I need to talk about this thing is bothering me. And I always tell people, if there's something that's bothering you like that, that's what you really need. That's what we do. We help each other get through that stuff. And we're always going to have that. Even, it doesn't matter how many years of sobriety you got. You're going to have tough times. There was days where I would actually, sometimes I would throw a chair across the room.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy for me, man. I mean, I got divorced at AA. My wife, it's a long story, but she wouldn't let me see the kids, and I got sober to see them, and she was using in my house with a junkie, on and on and on, and I just went to a meeting, and I was sitting there and was like shaking, and I just like started screaming. I just let it out, man. I was just screaming. And one day I was sitting in my car and I pulled up at a light, and it was nice July, really beautiful day out, and I was on my way back to Spectrum House, but I was sober, good, doing good. And all this stuff was getting to me, and I pulled up at the light, and I went, at the loudest scream as I could, and
in your car?
And I felt better, yeah. And I felt better. And there's a girl in her car like that. She looks over at me, she says, "Does that work?" And I said, "You're damn right it does." She went,
She screamed right there,
yeah.
too? Oh my God, that is so beautiful. That is the best story I've heard.
So I went to a meeting, and I did that once, and everybody came over to help me. But that's just the kind of stuff it just came out, and I just couldn't control myself. I think what we were talking about again is mental and physical.
Yep.
So here I am. I can't take this emotional stuff. I don't have God, or I do have God, and I refuse to ask him for help.
Or do the 12 steps.
And I don't want to call my sponsor because, I don't know, I'm embarrassed. This is ridiculous. I think I can't handle this recovery shit. And I'm sitting there, and I pop open a beer, baby. And I'm like, I'm going to feel so much better when I do this. And you're thinking like, oh man, look at I'm going to hurt my kids. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And like that damn, I got divorced and all this other stuff. And so you go, here's the booze. You made that decision.
You just stop caring.
I have a mental obsession, okay? I am thinking, I have all this shit going on in me, and for 10 years I've never done this program, and I mean, or maybe I have, and this is a tough time, but I'm emotionally, mentally thinking about all this stuff, and it's just getting me, but I've never drunk. I've never drank. It's been bothering me for a long time, but I've never drank. But it's finally got to me, but I can stay sober even although all this insanity. But this one day, I happened to pull in front of the packy. So remember the fence? I got no defense against the first drink, right? So what happens is, I open up that beer. Screw it.
Not a care in the world.
I take that first drink, and I'm like, damn it, I'm going to call up that ex-wife of mine and tell her what I think about her. And I think I'm going to take another mortgage out on that house. And you know what? I'm calling up that boss of mine and tell him what I think about him, that asshole. So here you go, the victim again, and you just go right back into all that stuff.
Wow.
Then that thinking turns to reality. And what you need to do the next day, maybe not drink, right? then you start feeling guilty because you did. And then you're like, pulling the packy.
'Cause you didn't
3
fix
days
that.
later, you're pulling the packy. Then you stop for another day. And then now you start pulling in the packy every day, you know. And then you're back. You're back to, you're living the insanity again. So now you got to start over.
Because you didn't fix the root cause.
So it's mental disease and physical disease. It's both. So if you get sober, you needed to fix the mental part of it.
Most importantly.
Yeah. You can't fix, I always tell people, if you're sober and you want to drink, call me up. Anytime, I'll talk to you. I'll take the time and talk to you and help you. But if you're drinking, don't bother. Because you're just, back in the old days, we used to say, if you call me and you're drunk, all you're going to hear is a click. You're going to hear me hanging up the phone. Because there's nothing I can do for you.
If they even remember the conversation.
Yeah, because you're going to be crying on the phone about everything. You can cry about everything if you're sober, and I understand. And then when you shut up, I'll tell you what whatever you need to hear. But so you gotta some mental and physical.
I definitely want to.
That's why we have AA. And
Absolutely.
there are other programs. I'm not saying AA is the way. Narcoticsanonymous, if you feel comfortable.
Al-Anon.
If you're addicted to an alcoholic, which means you're addicted to your husband or your wife is an alcoholic, you're not. You may have a drink here and there. But what happens is you become addicted to the alcoholic, which makes you an alcoholic because you're addicted to an alcoholic. I am trying to get this person better.
That's interesting.
And I'm trying to say the right thing. We were talking about this before. I'm trying to say the right thing that's going to help you. And I'm going to show you love, unconditional love, and I'm going to do this for you. And then when he comes home, he makes it to the front porch, and he's laying there, and he pisses himself, and I go out there and I pick him up and clean him up and put him in bed, and I'll just show him unconditional love. And what I'm doing is I'm enabling him to do. So what do? I go the next couple, I realize, okay, I'm enabling. So I just go out there, I'll throw a blanket on him so he don't freeze to death. But if he wakes up in his own piss and on the front porch, time after time, he's going to realize there's something wrong here. But as long as you're enabling it,
It's almost like you're part of the problem.
Yeah. So you become sicker. We were talking about this early. I become sicker because I am trying to fix this person. I'm not an alcoholic, but I'm trying to fix somebody. And usually, if I'm doing that, there's something in my past where I probably had a mother or father who was an alcoholic growing up. And what do I usually do when and they never get better, and they're never there for me. So what's comfortable for me? I fall in love with an alcoholic because I know what that is. But I'm an adult, I can fix them, And what happens is I get wrapped up in that. And that's what Al-Anon is for. And Alateen is the same way. So there's a program for Alateen. There are a lot of them. So you go, a teenager who has an alcoholic mother and father, go to Alateen, and you can go in there, and you can get support there too. And you can learn how to detach with love, Now, the other thing you were talking about, positive thinking and all that stuff, what I did was, one of the ways I learned how to read and write was, I got all these positive books, and I was reading all these positive books, and I was listening to all these positive tapes, motivational tapes, and that was all. I just kept feeding myself all the time. I really liked, as much as I could. I was always, because I wanted to get better. I wanted to feel better about myself.
Did you have like a ritual, like wake up in the morning, put a positive tape in, or
No.
right before you go to bed? It was just like spur of the moment. Sometime during that day, you were going to listen to it.
yeah, I just like doing it. Came automatic, you know.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, that is amazing. And for some people who might not have, you know, an AA meeting or an NA meeting around, or even a church, for who, depending on where you are in the world, anyone could be suffering from addiction. Any culture, any country, it doesn't discriminate. Addiction is a disease that does not discriminate. And so for the people who might not have all the resources around, I think that is a beautiful alternative, is to, you know, get some sort of positive book or tape or something you can do to just listen to and try to restructure those negative thoughts into more positive ones. Now, as far as, you know, God obviously played the most important role in your recovery. How hard was it for you to get off that fence? How hard was it for you to keep your faith and not let your old past behaviors and your old addictions and behavioral patterns bring you back? Like, what, it sounds like the pivotal moment was when you know, got on your knees and prayed with your friend Raul.
yeah.
But after that, how hard was it for you? What were the challenges of staying from getting back on the other side of the fence? How did you keep your faith? Was it just the constant everyday practice? Like, what was the biggest challenge you faced in you know, keeping that faith?
Well, the old thing, there's an old saying I heard a lot, and people will tell me, you know, God will help you move mountains, but bring a shovel. You know, it's
I like that.
yeah. Sometimes you gotta bring a loader, you know, one of those big cranes, and but yeah, it's just yeah. You know, so what basically, like, at what point in your life do you, like we were talking about Tyrus, like at what point in your life do you realize that you're doing this, you know? And he was like, that's whenever he would go sit in the sun like this and just let the sun on his face, and yeah, okay, I'm doing okay. Everything's working, you know? That because walking around with a smile on my face, because I do that. I don't know. I try to anyway, but it's automatic. I just try to, like. I'm so grateful that I come to the Y. I'm so grateful you're in my life, Jacob. You've been huge for me. Yeah,
that.
when I get like I rip a shoulder or something like that, you're like, well, you got to. This is kind of stuff that you got to do, because you got all these vitamins ready to go, and good food to eat.
Absolutely, that's the biggest part.
Yeah, and so you got to take care. You got to nourish your body.
That nourishment.
And it's the same thing with this disease. You have to nourish your body. You gotta be gentle with yourself too, and you gotta look at what God's will is for me. You know, that's what helped. Once you realize that, okay, I have this really horrible disease, and yes, it could kill me tomorrow, and I'm thinking about, you know, I think maybe I might want to go out and use once, you know, it's crossed my mind. You know, and then I find out there's some pretty bad crap out there, you know, and now is not a good time to be using anything, because you'll die like that, you know. And so, I mean, I can, like I said before, I can think about it, but I don't obsess about it. I can think about it. It's a luxury to think about it. And I remember it like it was yesterday. I know the feeling. It's very, that feeling, like cocaine is not addictive. Once you do one cocaine, then you want more, 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 more. You know, that's more mental. But heroin is an addiction.
Physical.
And the fentanyl it's physical. So it's physical and mental. And if you ever, you know, get really, really sick, like the flu, and you look over, you know, and you know you got some dope there, and that's gonna, like, you're gonna feel normal when you have to use that. Well, you're gonna go to that. You know, you want to get out of that pain. You know, it's like, that's, you know, it's kind of like, don't go there. You know, it's okay. It's a luxury to think about it sometimes because I
don't
remember
dwell.
it, but it just comes up. Like I'll watch, for the longest time, I couldn't watch war movies or anything to do with, I don't know what about war movies. I'd walk
Interesting.
out. It was so sad because I couldn't be around violence like that. I just
Negative.
yeah, it was so sad to see this, and I couldn't go. For the longest time, but I finally ended up being able to do that. But it's just so raw. But I don't with the using. I don't go there. I don't. I mean, I think about it. Like I said, I remember all of it, and I have flashbacks all the time of when I was using and people that I used with, and the people that died that I was using with, and then I remember people that I've been sober with and that have died too and went out. And so I've learned from that. I learned from what I've seen. If I stay sober long enough, I try to take everything that I see in that category and apply it to myself and not let that happen. And I'm very aware of it. And yes, I need to go to meetings on a regular basis. Yes, I'm one of those people that I need to go, because what happens sometimes is that my insanity comes back. The insanity of the mental part of the disease. It's not not thinking about using, but I start acting out in some ways. So it's a consistently. But I haven't been to a meeting for a while. I just shut a meeting down not too long ago, and a friend of mine that I was taking to the meeting, he died, and the church that I was chairing the meeting at burned down, and then I moved it, and it was like this long period of a year and a half or so keeping this going, and then he died, and nobody was coming to the when I moved it. They just, you know, I had to shut the doors, and but I'm in the process now of trying to find another home group, and that doesn't mean that I'm not going ever again. It just means that I got to find another group that I feel comfortable with.
It's very important to find the right group. Not all AA meetings are good for you. There's so many different people out there that you got to find the one. That's a very important part of it, is finding the one that's going to be good for you.
Yeah, you want to, like, you know, when you go in there and, you know, but that was good. It just, in the COVID just ruined all of it. Everybody was doing it online and stuff. Not that I wasn't grateful that we could do it on Zoom. It really helped me because I could see the people. I never realized there's some people I really didn't care for that at all. You know?
Yeah.
And then I couldn't go to meetings, and so everybody was saying, "Oh, we're having a meeting on Zoom," and so I went on Zoom and I seen all the people, and I told my friend, he's the older guy too. He's like, you know, and he's one of those guys that just never stops talking. But I don't care because I love everything he says, you know. But everybody else is like, "What are you going to shut up?" I'm like, I love everything he's saying.
I have a couple friends like that. Yes.
Yeah. So, and I said, you know what? I never thought I'd ever say this, but I missed you a lot, you know. And he goes like, "Oh, that says a lot for me, huh?" And I'm like, "No, really, I'm serious. You never realize how much you care about somebody and how much they matter in your life until they're not there, you know." And just to see them online helped me, you know. But that's what I do. You gotta connect with alcoholics, helping out. There's we had a PIP shelter in Worcester, and the guys would come in and they have to be in there by like 7 or 8 o'clock, or they shut the door and you couldn't come in, and you ended up sleeping on the street. But if you stay there, you have to take a shower and they de-lice you and all that other stuff. Well, what I noticed one day when I was driving down the street, because I lived downtown, there was a Y. That's where I first started going, and I was near there. It was a pretty tough time in my life, but I was mentally pretty well.
The downtown Worcester Y?
Yeah.
That very building?
I lived down, I had to live down there for about a year or so because I wasn't doing very well. I lived in a cockroach infested apartment, and I went, so I finally went over to the Y, and I said, I'd like to join the Y. And they said, well, yeah, I think about that, it was like $35 or something a month, or I don't know, something like that. And I said, I don't have any money. I don't know what I can do. And they said, well, can you afford $10 a week? And no, $10 a month. And I said, not really, but I'll come up with it. And they said, okay, $10 a week, $10 a month. So I gave them $10 a month. And then once I got on my feet again, I actually started working for the Y. I volunteered.
Wow.
I was working as a lifeguard for a while. I got and then
No kidding.
Then I started volunteering there. I just started volunteering lifeguarding, and it was a way for me to give back. And then not only that is like when I walk through the parking lot, I'll pick up when I get out of my car, the first thing I'm looking for, trash. You know, that's my goal. I want to pick up as much trash as I can before I go in the front door.
If only everyone was like
That's
that.
my goal, right? I'm like, I can't wait to pick up, oh, there's a big one over there. You know, it's kind of weird but it's the gratitude of what
Absolutely.
this place has done. And, you know, and yeah, I'm not happy with this and not happy with that, and everybody can point. But you know what? I like everything about it, you know, and there's such a great variety of people here.
Absolutely.
And I love all people. It's just really, really great. And I like that a lot. So I think I ended up doing better, and I ended up giving back to the Y as much as I could, and when I got on my feet, you know, that kind of thing. And that's what's really good about the Y, you know. And a lot of people don't take that. They just take the handout and just keep taking it, you know. But I was like, I wanted to give back, you know, and that's why my program is, I don't call it the best, but it helps me be honest with myself. You know, I think that's important, you know. And then, but, you know, and people like, oh, you know, that you're taking away somebody's job. You know, like somebody throw a piece of paper out of the car, like, why are you doing that? You know, well, it gives somebody something to do. You know, like, what are you out of your mind?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What
So
a
I think,
silly-
you know what I've done. I know I don't. You're not. You know what humility is? Doing something for someone and not tell them that you did it.
Absolutely.
But what I'm going to tell you,
Altruism.
I'm going to tell you something that I did. Only because it's just being an example. I'm not
Absolutely.
trying to brag.
For sure.
But I came in one day, and like the whole back here of the Y, the back corner of the, you know, near the lake there,
Yep.
people left out trays of food, and they must have had a party over there or something, all kinds of cans and bags of this and crap all over the
So
place.
inconsiderate.
And I went over to the dumpster, and I found a big shopping cart, and I went down there, and I cleaned up the whole area, just put it
Wow.
all in there, and then I wheeled it all the way down and put it all in the dumpster. It took me about an hour, but you know what? I felt really good. I felt good doing it, you know?
Just cleaning, being productive. Again,
Yeah.
something so simple.
Yeah, it's like one time I pulled up in the back, nice summer day, and it was trash all over the back. I don't know how it got there, but I just went around and picked it all up, you know? And I mean, there were people watching me, but I didn't really I'm not doing it. Yeah, I'm not doing it to get recognition. I'm just doing it because I like the Y. I like what it stands for. I wish that I like everybody to feel the same way, but it's not my it's not none of my business how they feel.
Right. You're just doing it because it's
Yeah.
the
And
right
one
thing
day
to
I was
do.
coming in picking up trash, right? And there was this lady with her son behind me, and I think her son was like 6 or something. And she says, I hear her say something to me, and I turned around and looked at her, and she said, "That's a great idea." And her son started picking up trash with me,
Wow.
you know?
Talk about leading by example.
Yeah.
And just being the change you want to see.
Yeah, and that's the same thing we do in life. I mean, what you do, leading by example, like you're very, very positive. When we do the hit deck, you're doing core, you're giving everybody a moral support, with a great attitude, and you're there whether we can do. A lot of times we can't do it the way you do it because you're like awesome.
Thank you.
And so we do it, and you don't, you're not judging everybody.
Absolutely.
You're there, and that's a very, very great gift, to be able to do that and just laugh, just laugh
Absolutely.
because they're struggling with what you did, and you can kind of laugh, and you got this smile on your face, and you're just like giving everybody, uplifting everybody. If we can't do anything there, it's great just to get there and have
Literally.
all that.
That's what it's about.
Everybody together, and and the good thing about that is too is you're thinking, you're able to ask people for help. You always are very open to do that. Nobody's afraid to ask you.
Yep.
People sometimes 4 or 5 people at the same time. Jacob, 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 Jacob.
It's not about being perfect though. It's just about showing up and having fun and trying to be the best you can be. And it doesn't matter if you can do everything or you can't. You don't have to be perfect today or tomorrow or ever. It's just walking in that right direction and trying to be a little bit better than you were the day before. And
Sure.
this is actually a perfect segue into the next question. It's like, some people are so hopeless and like, oh, the world's so big, I'm so small. They're atheists, they don't have anything positive about themselves to think. They're super cynical and nihilistic, and it's just like, woe is me. And it's like, what can we even tell them? Like, how can we even, is there anything we can, is it just about leading by example? Is that all it is? Is it as simple as that? Like, how can we reach out to the people who've already given up, who've already, let their disease win, and they've just like, they're essentially dead inside, really? How can we revive their spirit?
Well, yeah. Like I told you before, you have to want it. And remember I told you about the guy that drinking and he calls me and I just hang up the phone, or I don't take the call, You have to want it. And the thing of it is Jacob, some of us aren't going to make it. And those are some of the people that just aren't going to make it. We can take the time to talk to them and give them encouragement, and that's not a bad thing. It's very important. But they're the ones that have to get up off the couch, and there's a reason that there's something in their lives that has to motivate them to do that. And I don't know what that is for them.
Purpose. They have to find that
right.
purpose.
I don't know what that is for them. Maybe it's a heart attack, maybe it's not. Maybe it's, the doctor says if, you don't do this or you start exercising, lose weight, you're going to get diabetes. Those are triggers that keep us, some people, but a lot of people like alcoholics, they just don't, there's nothing you can do for them. But if you're talking about somebody who isn't an alcoholic that just has gone through so much in life that they're just so full of, what happens, it turns into
Hopeless.
self-pity. And self-pity is a killer, especially for alcoholics, self-pity. But when I was talking about before, all the things that I went through, I was a victim, and that's a hard thing to get out of. Once you become a victim, then and that's what I brought into recovery, being a victim. And what I felt like when I was in Spectrum, I felt like I was a victim. And I had hurt myself. When I got hurt so much as a child, as an adult I hurt myself because that was comfortable for me. I knew I didn't deserve anything, So to come full circle from that is a difficult thing. But someone that doesn't have God, that has given up, and one of the there's nothing really that I can say or do for that person. I can go in, open the door, and walk over to them and start screaming at them, "Get off the couch, you bum!" They're gonna they don't care, But the most important thing to do, the very, very most, 100%, 1,000% that works miracles, prayer. Pray for that person. Pray for that person every day and ask God to work in their lives, and you watch the miracle. You know, people say, well, I don't believe in miracles, I don't believe in that, and I don't believe in God, blah, blah. But, you know, but it's still God's will. It's not my will. But I'm praying for your will to touch this person. And God says, no way. This guy's going to die. And he's going to be example to you and everybody else that this is what's going to happen if you continue to do that. So who am I to question God? But I can always say, I care, Lord, I really want to help this person, which is part of that is God's will for me to want that, even though God's will is not what I want. But when I align my will with God's will, that's when the miracles happen. Every time they're happening, they always happen. They're always happening to me.
That's the magic, baby.
That's the magic. My will with God's will.
That is so beautiful.
And you know, there's a person right now that's having, he's pretty bad, and he is a very, very good person, and he's having some big problems, and I will pray for this person, and I have prayed for others and prayed with them, but it's still God's will, you know. I had a guy ask me, his aunt was dying, you know, and I went to. And he asked me to go and pray, and I did. And I prayed over her and laid hands on her, and she died like 24 hours after that. And then he came to me and he was screaming at me and yelling at me. She died, like it was my fault. And I said, how long was she in there? He said, she been suffering for a long time. I said, how do you know that that's not what God wanted? You know, how do you know that God didn't, how do you know that that wasn't what God's will is? You know, you can call me and do anything you want, but if it's God's will, not mine, be done, you know? Let God make that decision, but I'm going to pray for what I want. You know, I'm going to pray, I'd like to see this person rise, you know, get up and go play tennis tomorrow, you know?
Right.
But it's God's will. But I have to, and I accepted that. I said, why am I going to pray for people, lay hands on people? And because I also speak in tongues and all that stuff. I have a lot of gifts being a Christian. And those are gifts that I got in recovery, expanding my conscious contact of God as I understand Him. And then accepting the fact that why don't, you know, I've been praying for this, and why isn't it happening? And that's when I realized, of course, it's not my will, you know? And we can all go in there, I mean, sometimes it works. Sometimes God says, He answers the prayer, you know? And there are miracles, and I've talked about them in the books. But you have to realize we do the footwork. That's what God wants us to do. He wants us to do what you're doing in those classes is God's will. He wants people to be happy, wants people to be healthy, wants people to succeed. That's what we do, regardless if you believe in God or not. If you don't believe in God, Jesus, fine, right? But you're still doing you're the most positive person I've ever run into, and you're doing this and you're that. But it's God's will. God is giving you that gift to be able to do that, to make people happy.
Absolutely.
And when people are happy, God is happy. And once they feel happy, they understand that, okay, then they can take it to the next level. And like for myself, I had to hit bottom. I had to hit bottom bad for me to like get on my knees, to humble myself, you know. So.
That is the hardest part, to align your will with God's will.
Yeah.
Especially with lying to yourself, like we were talking about earlier, and you know, all the mental, hormone, and chemical imbalances you have to deal with in your brain of the substance and the addiction and the disease.
You know, it's the hardest thing. It's the hardest, believe it or not, is for women.
Really?
And I'm not like being prejudiced or anything like that. that women have a very difficult time because they are emotional, and
Even more chemicals going
we love
on.
women, and it's very, very difficult. We as guys, we need to be men. You know, we need to carry the torch. We need to be that person, you know, that is going to protect that's what we do. We want to protect and we want to help. And I'm not saying that women are vulnerable, but they're emotional, and they're emotional for a reason, because they're the ones that are going to be taking care of the baby. They're born to take care of these children and nurture them, and they understand. They're really sensitive to everything that's going on, you know. Unfortunately, they want us to read their minds all the time. But it's
so true. It is
but
so
I know.
true.
What do you mean? Why are you mad at me? A whole week you haven't spoke to me. Well, you should. You gotta laugh about it.
You have to.
But the thing of it is that they're there for a reason to help. Because this baby, they know the baby's crying, and they know what it's crying about, and I don't have no idea what's going on with this kid. You know what I mean? So they just know. They have that. Have you ever heard of the mother's instinct?
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's very important. That's why they are emotional. That's why guys are different than women. You know, God made us that way, you know. So, and the other thing, the other stuff, if you're gay or not gay, you know, that's none of my business. I will never get into that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I love everybody regardless.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter.
Unconditionally.
Yes.
That's God's love.
And God don't make junk. You know.
No,
God
sir.
don't make junk.
No, sir.
I don't care who you are. God don't make junk. God loves you exactly as who you are.
And it's just, you're in your own lane. You got to start loving yourself. You got to stop the self-hate. And I'll definitely want to talk about a little bit of the self-love and self-hate part at the end to wrap it off beautifully. But another great segue into this next question is, what's your biggest piece of advice for someone dealing with substance abuse, to anyone dealing with addiction, anyone in recovery? One piece of advice
that is in recovery or want to get recovery.
Either or. If they're in recovery, maybe you have two separate pieces of advice for people not in recovery or people in recovery. But anyone who has an addiction, anyone who has abused substances or is abusing substances.
Yeah.
What's your biggest piece of advice for them?
All right. So for the addict, the biggest thing to do is, like you had mentioned a big thing before. You talked about purpose. So if I'm an alcoholic or booze or drugs. In my case, it was all of the above. But my drug of choice was heroin. And by the way, if you're gonna get clean and sober, you can't stop the alcohol and just use drugs. You know, I tried that. And then I quit the drugs and just do alcohol. And then I just smoked weed, So I always had something, a crutch. And what we were talking about before, mental disease, you can't get better unless you're complete abstinence. So that you can deal with the feelings, and you have to feel the feelings. You have to go through the pain. That's the deal. You're an addict, you're alcoholic, you're worst of all. I mean, you're addicted to horrible. You just can't deal with this anymore, but you just can't stop either. You got to go into detox, and you got to go through the pain. You got to feel that pain. Your bones are gonna feel like somebody's grinding them with pliers, man. It's bad. Oh, it's horrible, man. You're gonna feel like, oh my God, you're like screaming, So they have methadone and stuff like that to help you off. And when I went into Spectrum, I was going through that too. And I would actually lay in bed like I could sleep. I was in a point where I was basically getting there, but I blinked my eyes and it hurt, So I mean, I would be laying there and I had no control over my body. I hit myself in the face. I would go, my arm would just come up and hit me in the face and go out like that, because I didn't have control. I was like, my body was like reacting to what I was putting it through. And I'm like, this is weird, you know? But the point, what I point is, you got to go through the pain. And now, everybody wants the easy road. Everyone wants so what happens is now our society caters to that. And the problem we have is, you want to be clean and sober. You don't want to be on methadone the rest of your life. You don't want to be on Suboxone the rest of your life. Well, you know, you're still not sober. You're still the same. Remember we talked about the thinking and on the fence and all that stuff?
Yep.
You still have that brain you're still using. It doesn't matter if you snort it, put it in your ass, whatever you put it, you know, and shoot it in your arm,
Right.
it's still a drug. A drug is a drug is a drug is a drug. Alcohol is a narcotic. I mean, it's barbiturate. So we were talking about barbiturates and stuff like that. Alcohol and barbiturates. Alcohol is a barbiturate. It's a down. And people that are depressed a lot of the times will drink. And then what happens is they commit suicide, because then they get hopeless.
Yeah.
You know, you're hopeless to begin with, and now you're going to fuel it. And that's what happens, you know. Or you take it out on your wife, or you beat your kids, or, you know, you go rob a bank or something stupid, you know. So that's what you got to go through the pain, you know. I'm like 1 of 1% of maybe 1 of 1% of 1%, whatever.
Literally.
There's a couple of guys that come here to the Y that have around the same sobriety as I do, and I see them. I don't go talk to them all the time, but I remember back in the day, we kind of got sober together. It was kind of like,
wow.
He was doing this program, and I had to go. Had to go the hard route. I had to go into, you know, what I had to do. But this person had maybe a little bit easier in getting there, but I had a long road. You know, I had a long road to go through. But everybody's different.
Yeah.
Some people will really, really have, you know, there's tragedies in lives, and some people have been abused. Some people have been sexually abused, and there's other abuse too. You know, I wasn't sexually abused, but I was abused mentally a lot, and physically, as far as no eating, that kind of stuff, left without food, and nobody. My mother said she loved me, but she would cry and hold me and tell me she loved me, and then she would be gone for a week. You know, so I always had difficult relationships with women. I in all my relationships, I was looking for mommy. You know, you be my mother. You be my. I was looking for unconditional love, and because I never had it, I never really had a mom. You know, I never really had that, and I was always empty. I was always looking. I had to take care of myself, you know, and my brother and my sister. I was the oldest. I did the best I could, but I sucked, and I kind of blame myself for that too. But I was just a kid, you know. And today I look at all that, right? And I told you later, like about 3 hours ago, I told you I was a victim of all this. But now I realize, and when I was sitting in Heydrich's office, back to Heydrich.
Full circle.
Yeah, and I told him I'm going to try to do this program, and you know, and I said, you wanted to help me, and I was like, you know, very emotional, and I said, I didn't realize that. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. And I was still I was in pain, and I was in all this stuff going on, and I didn't see past that. And then when I realized they were helping me, then I realized, oh my God, I'm an adult now. I'm in control of my life. That's not happening to me anymore. Nobody's hurting me. People want to help me. There are people that care. All the stuff that happened to me I'm still living that life. I'm still abusing myself. When they weren't doing it to me, I started abusing myself. I mean, not only was I an alcoholic and addict, but I had the abuse too. So for me, I had a long road. So I had to deal with it. I had to deal with getting out of the victim. And when I did and we talked about inventory, we talked about being on the fence, we talked about that stinking thinking. And what I had to do is I realized it, and that's why when I started changing, I had to change the tapes in my head. I had to stop being that victim. So what I did is to stop being a victim, I got positive. And then I realized I gotta start taking responsibility for myself. You know, and I can't be lying to people. If I want to be a good person, I want to stay sober, I'm just going to be doing the same thing I did before. But it's not, that doesn't happen overnight. But the one thing that I'm going to tell people, like you said, the one thing that if you're using, the chances are you're a victim. I mean, even if you have an addiction and you're an addict, you're an alcoholic, right? But something in your past has fueled this, and you have to realize that is not happening to you anymore. You're doing it to yourself. You're hurting yourself. You know, you're punishing yourself for something that you didn't do. And I was a kid, and when I realized that, I'm an adult now, and I'm responsible for me, and I don't have to accept that behavior. I don't have to be around anyone that does that. And that's when I decided that, when I told Heydrich, I said, I realize now that I've been playing the victim, and when I did my 4th step in Alcoholics Anonymous, that's when I realized that was one of my major defects. We call them defects of character.
Yeah.
What was it when I was wearing the sign? What was it when I was wearing the cigarette?
Mm-hmm.
And I walked into the room and they said, Donnie. I'm like, what the hell you want, man? Like, what? I'm not having a good day. All these dishes I gotta wash, and then I gotta scrub the floor. I gotta work 12 hours a day. That's what happens when you do this. You have to think about what's going on in your life. I'm like, I don't really want to think about anything, But I had to get up early and do this stuff, and I was the last one to go to bed, and so. But the good news is it kept me busy. It was very important. And anybody who's getting sober, no idle time, man. You got to keep moving. Keep moving. You said that before.
Body in motion stays in motion.
So that's when I realized I'm not a victim of that. I've been doing that to myself, And what is God's will? God wants me to be happy. God wants me to be happy. He wants me to be healthy. He wants me to have, clean, positive feelings, which I don't always have. And it's just for the most part I do, and I pray for people. They don't realize it sometimes, and I do, and it's just that God wants me to not be a victim anymore, and I didn't know that. I didn't realize it when I told Heydrich that. I said, I didn't realize that you were trying to help me, because I always, like the cop pulled me over, and I was drunk, but I drive better drunk. And then he told me to get out of the car. So I said, hell with him. I got out of the car and punched him in the face. What an asshole, pulling me over, So what happens is, what's going on? I'm a victim. This guy pulled me over, and he's ruining my life. I'm a victim of this dude, so that's why people punch cops,
You think that's the hardest part of it all?
And you don't realize that you're really hurting yourself.
Right.
And then so what happens is you end up in jail. And
you think that, though, is the hardest part of, let's not even, we talked about being on the fence.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I have this on my mind. I've had people told me that this happened to quite a few people that I know. And they go back 5 years later and go to the police station and find that police officer. And I get emotional when I think about this. And they tell him, thank you for arresting me.
Really? Wow. They're grateful for it.
Yeah.
Because that was the moment that you hit rock bottom.
I was on I-90. I was summoned to my last detox. and I had a warrant for my arrest because I had stolen like $100,000 from this place I was working. And
All in the book.
yeah, and I was thumbing to get to detox because I sold my car for like 3 bags of heroin the day
Wow.
before.
You sold your car?
Yeah, I drove it down and signed it over, and I got,
Wow.
you know what I mean? We do stupid shit. I actually sold my drums too, which is really, that was like suicide, you know. But how was I? There was something I was gonna say, and now I forgot.
You were talking about the people who are grateful they got arrested.
Oh yeah, so it's been years and years and years and years. This cop and a state trooper, I'm thumbing, all of a sudden I see this trooper and lights go on, and what am I gonna do? I'm gonna hightail it the hell out of there, man. And I ran and I started towards the woods, and the guy said, "Halt or I'll shoot. Put your hands up." And I'm like, normally I would have kept going, shoot me, I don't care. But you know, I had a moment of clarity. And I put my hands up, and he said, walk backwards, and then he turned around, and I did, and keep your hands up, and I'm walking over to him. And I come up and I'm talking to him. You can put your hands down now. You got any guns? And he searched me. And I said, no. And he says, why did you run? And I said, because I have a warrant for my arrest, and I'm on my way to detox to get sober. I have a wife and kids, and I want to try to better my life, and that would have, I don't want to go to jail. I want to be able to get in there and get clean and sober. And he put me in the front seat, handcuffed me, strapped me in the front, and he listened, you know, warrant, yeah, a warrant for me. And he said, yeah, you do have a warrant, right? And I said, he said, where's the detox? Because he maybe thought I was lying. And I told him Worcester State Hospital. And I said, there's a detox there on the second floor. And I had already called up, and they have a bed for me. And I was sure he was going to book me and bring me to jail. And he drove me to the detox.
Wow.
And he walked over, opened the door for me, took the seatbelt off. I got out, he unhandcuffed me. He says, okay, and he shook my hand. And he said, good luck. And
holy smoke.
yeah, so I mean, there's a cop here who was a state trooper, and I told him that story. And of course I got emotional like I am right now. And I said, that man saved my life, you know.
Talk about a miracle.
Yeah. Yeah,
One
people
decision.
like him and Heydrich. And it's only when I'm sitting around talking about like this stuff with you, this stuff comes up. But it's the gratitude that I have for people like that in my life, and we were talking about that before. We all are contributing to that, you know. And you could just do one thing. And you know what? I could have probably taken off. I could have taken off, you know. But for some reason, he believed what I was saying, and I said, I have a wife and kids, and I really, really messed up. I screwed up, and I got to go into a detox. I went a heroin addict. And that's when I thought for sure he didn't say a word to me. Just asked me where it was. He drove me right there, like with the lights on. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and I never got to thank him. I didn't know who he was. So I told one of the state troopers here I ran into, and I told him, you know, that I never really hated police. You know, I just never really did. I knew that I was the problem. But yeah, I did some crazy stuff, you know, grabbing a joint out of the cop's hand and eating it.
Oh yeah, that's in your book.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to read that.
Oh, yeah.
We gotta save some.
Yeah, I would have went to jail for a long time for a joint back then.
That's
wild.
wild.
It was like, hey man, we got a big drug addiction. I would have been in the front page.
I know,
joint,
right?
you know. Give me a break. They were busting people with roaches for
Isn't that
not
crazy?
too long ago, and all of a sudden
They're still doing that in some states.
Really?
It's not legal nationwide yet. You can get arrested and go to prison for a long, long time for having a roach in your freaking ashtray. Isn't that crazy? Talk about the world we live in.
Next question.
But what I was saying
yeah,
is, isn't that the biggest challenge? Like, we were talking about when you were on the fence, like,
Yeah.
and anyone who's on the fence. Let's talk about the people who aren't even on the fence and don't even know they're addicts and are progressively getting worse.
Yeah.
The biggest challenge for them, I think, is that victim mindset. Isn't that the biggest challenge, or the negative thoughts they tell themselves of like, I don't deserve to be healthy, I don't deserve to be happy, whatever the case, whatever they're talking to themselves, that victim mindset or mentality. Do you think that's the biggest challenge for the people, who are in denial, or is there something else?
Yeah, I mean, I call it, I remember the denial from what I went through. I didn't, I stuffed it. They call it, you stuff it. And I heard this talking, everything that we're talking about today is stuff, a lot of stuff I've never talked about. What happens is some people come from the Waltons family, like, good night, John Boy, good night, Suey, whatever, and it's all,
Right.
good night, Dad, and I love you, and
Adam's
get up in the
family.
morning and have a great breakfast, and everybody goes to school, and ha, ha, ha,
Would be nice.
I love that. But
sounds nice.
it's only in the movies, I mean, but there are families that are
They're
like
loving,
that.
and absolutely.
There's some people, I mean, I think that's awesome, and I always wanted that family. And when I was a kid, when I was like 15 or something like that, I would hang out with my buddies, and I would go home with them, and they had great families. I mean, they had all that stuff, and I never had that. And what happened was I would end up staying there for a while, and then finally the parents would throw me out. I mean, because I was looking for a home, but a lot of people, the denial is what I always say. This is very important too, because I say denial really is helpful until you have the strength to look at the truth, because sometimes it's not good, because it could be too much. It's like God, he's not going to reveal everything to me right now. He's come to me, and it scares me, but it's scary, but it's really, really positive. And like, people say, well, why would it be so scary? And like, because I don't know what the future is. And the problem with people that are drinking like that, what you're talking about is, yeah, some stuff happened, or maybe nothing really did happen that's bad. And some people have bad families like that. Like I was talking about Tyrus, who's on the Gutfield show. I love that guy, and he wasn't an alcoholic. He didn't. I never heard that mentioned. I know once in a while he's gotten drunk, but that's Tyrus, But I don't see that in him. But he never used that as a crutch. He used it to better his life and not take shit from people, But there are some people that have stuff they can't deal with it. They can't deal with what's happened, and so they're drinking. And like with myself, I stuff it all, And then what happens is eventually, it's like a champagne bottle. If you keep shaking it, eventually it's gonna pop, and that's when all hell breaks loose, But those are the people that like beat their, they get drunk and they beat people up, and they're angry really at themselves, So, but they like I said, denial works until you can deal with the truth, and
wow, that's crazy to think about that. Like, they can't even handle the truth. They're not
Right.
strong enough yet, so they use their denial to cope.
Yeah, and that's what I did. And it was in God's time, not mine, I don't know why, but that's what he wanted, And I didn't realize that there were a lot of people that were praying for me too, and I'm their miracle, you know.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so that's one of the answers to that. So, and I wrote about that, I think, in the first book too. You know, denial works really well until you can deal with the truth, and then that's go into the program. And I talk about it in here. I don't talk about AA in my book, and I'm not promoting it, but it's a good program. I said.
Why can't you promote?
Because
AA?
we're not. It's by attraction, not promotion.
Oh, so it's like you're ready when you seek it yourself, basically.
No, we don't. It's a private program. It's not. We don't need to do that. We got enough people, you know. Like, we don't like have billboard. It's a long story of how it ended up. It's one of the traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous. And before I even go on a talk show, I call this a talk show.
Yep.
Before I go on a show like this, I understand that I'm not here to promote it. I'm an example, but I'm not here to tell you, yeah, it works. And then maybe next week I go out and drink and drug, and everybody goes like, see, it doesn't work. I told you that program sucked. So you just, you know, it's by attraction. So, but if you're having a problem and you don't know what to do, and your mother called me and has me come over and talk to you, well, I'm going to tell you about what happened to me. And then you have to make that decision for yourself, you know. And then I say, if that's what you want, then here's a program, you know. But people wonder why, you know, there's at 3 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden, do you have an addiction? It comes on the TV. Like, you have an addiction? Are you seeking recovery? It's like, why 3 o'clock in the morning? Because that's where everybody's up at that time, stoking. You know, they're shooting cocaine or small. You know, that's when the addicts are watching TV. You know, and like, how come I'm gonna write that number down here? You know, but it's funny. That's you know how it is. I know you're sober, Donnie. There's somebody I'd like you to talk to. Well, do they want to talk to me? And they said, yeah, they're willing. You know, so I've done that with a woman, not quite a long time ago. She's still sober today. God, you know, bless her. Not too many people that I have helped. I've helped a lot of people, and like maybe I could say, out of like maybe 100, there's probably like 5 that have stayed sober. But that's not my will. It's God's will, you know. But the ones that have, one time, they were all in the same room at once. It was really cool. I was like looking around the room going like, wow, that's really cool, you know. So the girl, I had her sister come with me, and she was there with me the whole time. Because the girls stick with girls and guys with guys. But this woman knew me pretty well. So I was able to talk to her, and she was in pretty bad shape, you know, trying to commit suicide. She was anorexic, and there's a lot of things going on. And then she went out again, and her sister was like, I really knew her very well. She's a great person. And so I went and talked to her again. And what she was talking about the God thing, she was having a problem with God. She didn't understand any of that. And I said, well, listen, you don't have to. I said, all you have to do, and this is really, really important for people too who want to get sober. You know, remember we were telling you got to find Jesus.
He's up there.
He's up there somewhere. You know, what? He's not here? No, he's up there. Got to find Jesus. You know,
I love
he's
that.
floating around on a cloud up there somewhere. Oh, there he is.
Yep,
No, there he is.
Right over there. Right over
So
there.
yeah, so I just, you know, I kept it really simple with her. I told her, I says, listen, you know, and God, I said, you know, I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm talking about God, which is God is God. God is the higher of all. He is the Alpha, Omega, whatever, all that stuff. He is he's the man. He's the man, right? So God. So I said, what you do is, because they're confused about all that stuff, and I tell them, listen, you choose the God of your understanding. And what God do you want? I said, this is the God of my understanding. My God is a loving, compassionate, understanding God who loves me even when I make mistakes and loves me more and wants the best for me and wants me to be healthy. He wants me to be, love myself. He wants me to take care of myself and not take any more, not let people use me, and not for me to abuse myself. And I said, and I ask God every day to remove any obsessions for anything like that may hurt me. You can write the lists out if you want, until you can remember yourself, And then she said, well, I don't know. I said, you gotta get a piece of paper, write it down, right? And she wrote down, because people were taking advantage of her. I said, write it in big letters. I'm no longer gonna let people take advantage of me. She wrote it down. She said, well, I'll take care of it. I said, no, do it now. She wrote it down. I said, okay, put that right above your TV. You watch TV, right? Yeah. Okay, now you're gonna put this one on your refrigerator. It's like, love yourself, So I had her put these things all over the house and in the mirror. I love you. So you can look in the mirror and say, I love you, So these are the things that she didn't know. So I said, these are things what God wants you to be. He wants you to love yourself. And this is something that that will help you. And you can go to church and all that other stuff like that. And people can go to church and what they don't understand addiction. You can go to church. Some people can go to church and get hands laid on them, and it's like hallelujah forever. They're good, right? But 99% of the time, I don't think that's going to happen. You got to go through the pain, And in order for God to work through you, you got to go through the pain to help others, because it's God's will for me to help others, And
Wow.
so what's happened? And I talked to her. I told her where to go for a meeting that was really good.
Was that, you were talking to her at a meeting or no?
No, I went to her house.
Oh, okay.
And I told her where to go. She went. She relapsed, but I went back again, and then she went to that meeting, and everybody took her in and just loved her.
Wow.
And she's been sober. I think she's probably sober like 8-9 years now.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
That is beautiful.
and I got her to speak once. She came to a meeting. She was sober like 3 or 4 months. I said, and I said, I need a speaker today. You're speaking. She's like, I can't do that. I said, how long you got? She said, well, I got over 3 months. You're qualified. So I had her speak, and she said, I don't know what to talk about. I said, talk about what the hell you've been going through the past 3 months. And she said, all right. So she did. And next thing you know, that helped her. And then she started doing other stuff, and it just kind of helps out, So,
That's
she helped me out with meetings. I didn't have a speaker.
Life works like that, and you're helping other people out. They're really helping you out.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And the the AA meeting. One of my biggest questions was, what impact did AA meetings have on you? Clearly a big impact. Clearly it was something that you really helped your recovery, but you said you stopped going to the one you went to recently. Is that because of something that changed in that meeting, or did it just stop?
People weren't coming.
They weren't coming?
Yeah, and I was taking a person, Hank, who was, he had some problems because he had a stroke, and I would pick him up and bring him, and he wouldn't talk. He was sober a long time, but he wasn't mentally well, and he would talk about whatever he wanted to talk about, and I don't really care, because my goal was to bring him to the meeting. So, and there wasn't many people that were coming at that point, and finally he died, and then I went for like 2 weeks after. I went every day and made the coffee and did everything and opened up the meeting, and people weren't coming,
Just kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, and people would come. A bunch of people would come, and then they would all come in, and I was like, just so you know, well, that we want to help the meeting out. I said, listen, this is not, I don't want people coming because of that. I want people to come because they want to. I don't want people to come because they feel obligated to help this meeting. I said, there's plenty of meetings around. If God's will is for us to shut the doors, then that's okay, you know. And that's just the way I felt about it. I don't know anyone else. And so I did. But you know, that's the only reason why. The church burned down, lightning hit it, and I could get into that story too, because that's, you know, that one has to be off the books.
Oh my goodness.
The reason that happened, I can tell you what happened, but that's a whole different story.
Maybe for the second interview.
I don't know if we should even talk about it, you know, because it's political.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a bad scene.
Lightning hit the church.
Lightning hit the church and burnt it down for a reason.
That's how you know it's...
I mean, it hit it twice, baby. This thing, wham, wham. I live right next door. It felt like it was a bomb.
That's crazy.
Well, I watched it burn. I got videos of it.
Really?
Yeah, steeple. Crash. Big, huge steeple.
I gotta see those videos.
We couldn't find it's online.
No kidding.
Yeah, you can tell the story of why it happened is on there too. But there's you know, what I believe.
I'll post those in the description.
There was a big bell in there, and nobody ever found the bell. It must have melted. It was that hot.
Unreal.
Yeah, I went to meetings there for 30 years. Yeah.
Not to backtrack. I know I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm almost
only
done.
5 hours.
I know, 5 hours later.
I know.
But what was the main difference between, I know it's been over 30 years ago, but what was the main difference between your experience at AdCare and Spectrum? Because both those places are still, both those companies are still here today.
Yeah.
But obviously, just to kind of talk about your experience, you know, 40 years ago about that.
Yeah, well, I applied for a job at AdCare.
Really?
Quite a long time ago. It was quite a long time ago, and that was my first detox, and I talk about it in the book.
In detail in the book.
Yeah,
yes.
And it sucked. You know, so what I mean, my experience in there was not a happy one. Because
do you appreciate it?
Huh?
Do you appreciate it?
No.
Looking back, not at all.
I never appreciated it. I talked about it in there because I really don't want to say bad things, but it was my first experience, and when I went into to the interview to get hired there, because it was quite a few years and I was sober and I want to work in the program.
Absolutely.
And he said, well, I have something here I want to talk to you about, because I gave him one of my books, because I thought that would be a cool thing, you know. And he said, well, I don't really like what you said about the program and blah, 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 blah. Why did you do this? Why did you say that? I said, listen, are you in recovery? He said, no. I said, you never been to a detox? He said, no. I said, well, that was my first experience in a detox. That's how I felt. If I didn't put down how I felt about it, I would be lying to you and everybody else. He still didn't give me a job. But I did end up working for Spectrum House.
That's amazing.
I ended up working. I actually did that stuff at the house there for a long time. I delegated all the work, and I had a lawyer that wrote out all the stuff for me, and I delegated everything. And I did a lot of things, and I got called into the office, and a lot of the counselors were giving me a really hard time. How this guy's only been here a month, and you sent him on a fire detail? And I said, listen, did any of you guys interview? And I was like one of them. I felt, because I said, everyone, all the counselors are busy, every one of you. I said, all of the people that were here, the patients all had families. Everyone was busy. There's 5 people here that didn't have that, and I gave them told them they knew exactly what I told them. I told them where to check, and they did that. I said, otherwise we wouldn't have had the fire check. Otherwise we wouldn't have this. Otherwise we had another. Well, you never do that again. Blah blah blah. I said, well, I took it upon myself to make a decision, and I didn't. And I just kept. It didn't matter. This kid did what he was supposed to do, you know, and that also gave him. He felt really good because he could do something too. But it wasn't because of that. It was because I trusted him, and that's kind of. I mean, because I made decisions, and people get mad at me, but I can. Sometimes you gotta trust people. You know, and everybody was busy, and we needed to get this done, and that was my job, and so I delegated it. And he said, well, he doesn't have this much time, he doesn't have that. So they're all all big grandiose, and I said, but nobody would have done the fire check, or this or that, you know, with all this stuff, you know.
That's actually the perfect segue into this last question here. It's going to be a little lightning round for you. I'm going to I got a list of words here.
All right.
And I want you to just give me 2 to 3 sentences about how the word makes you feel, and maybe any other thoughts regarding the word that you might have, of course. So how does the word make you feel, and what does the word mean to you? And the first one was trust.
Yeah, the first word, trust, huh? Yeah, that's that's a really good word, because as somebody who is in recovery, and where I was in my life, I didn't trust people. And one of the hard things for people who, myself, is I didn't trust people, but I had to learn how to trust, because I had to learn how to trust the people that I was talking to. I had to learn how to trust the people in that program, you know. But addicts and alcoholics, or adult children of alcoholics that have parents or are brought up by people who are active, don't trust the people that are taking. I didn't trust my parents. So I didn't trust anything that they said to me. My mom told me she loved me, and then she would be gone a week. She'd cry. I love you, I love you, I love you.
One let down after another.
So I didn't trust anybody. And that's one of the reasons why I was sitting in that room with Hydrick, and all this stuff was coming to pass, because I didn't trust anybody. And that's why I wouldn't let it. I never did. So what I did was I realized, oh my God, you know, I can trust these people.
In that moment.
Yeah, so trust is difficult. Now this is how you can, if you don't trust, this is how you can learn. And a lot of addicts and alcoholics struggle with this. It's why they don't get sober, because they don't trust the process. Trust the process. But this is the deal. In order for me to learn how to trust, this is what I tell people. If you have a car, right? You got a nice car, you know, and you know it's used, but you know, and you're in a new town, and you don't know any of the mechanics around there, and you're at a meeting, you know, with somebody, or you're at the gym and you're talking to your friend, and you're going like, oh, geez, I got this problem with my car. I don't know what the heck to do with it. You know, I don't know anybody, you know, any mechanics, you know, anyone. Yeah, I know Jim Franco down on Elliott Street. This guy is great. He's really worked on my car. He's always, you know, the prices are right. He lets me know how much it's going to cost before it works on it. Then he gives me, tells me, and a lot of people I know go there, and so I go, okay. So I go there and leave my car there, and then I pick it up, and everything that my friend said, the guy did. He you know, it was a good deal. He told me everything that he was doing, and so the next time my car breaks, I trust the fact that this guy's gonna do a good job. So that's how I learn how to trust. You learn how to trust. In order to have trust, you have to trust. You have to find somebody that you can trust, and that person says, this is where I go. So you don't really trust them, but you trust your friend, and he says, go to Franco, and then you go there and then it works, you know, and then you go, oh, okay. And then, oh, you could go there and the guy rips you off and like, I ain't going there again. Hey, Jim, that guy sucked, you know. Then you go to another friend and like, yeah, this is, you know. So you have to trust in order to get sober and clean and sober. You have to trust going into a detox. In order, you have to trust. But the problem with trust is when you're getting sober, is when you go into a detox, the government, the people that shove all this medication on people, and you're an addict, you want to take the easy way, so they put you on all this stuff when you leave there. You know, oh, this is the third time you've been here, you got to go on Suboxone. And then you got to go stand in line for 3 hours down in freaking Worcester and wait for your methadone or whatever. And so you're still addicted, you know. That's why I say complete abstinence. So trust me, complete abstinence. That's the other thing. You gotta trust that. Go in, do what you gotta do there, but think for yourself. You don't want to walk out of there addicted to something else, you know.
Having the courage to trust is
courage.
Hard, and that could have been a word.
So anyway, that's how you learn. You learn how to trust.
Yeah.
You have to. And in order to trust, you have to find someone that you do trust, because you do trust when you wake up in the morning, the alarm clock's going to go off. You do trust that when you go to the store and you buy Franco's chicken tenders, they're really good, and every time I eat them, so that's a little bit of trust there, you know. So
that's a good point.
Yeah.
The next word was denial, but
yeah, we
already talked about that one, so I can skip it.
That's a good one.
That was a really good one. And then another word is surrender.
Oh, yeah.
Surrender.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a really good one. Frankie Erickson, and people are going to wonder why Frankie Erickson. Well, Frankie Erickson, he was a movie star in Hollywood, and he worked on the Petticoat Junction. And he was the old dude, and I say old dude, but he was the old dude that all the girls were swimming in their, you know, back then they had like the big bathing suits, and they were swimming in the well, you know, where they drink whatever, and he was like peeking over at them, you know, he's that guy. He was always Uncle Frankie and whatever, but he was in a lot of other movies too, but he was on that one pretty steady. So anyway, I'm in a meeting. And this guy, sit down next to the guy, and he's you know, he's old now, he's retired, and he used to be in the movies, and I sit next to him because I like him. He's a really fun guy, and he's old, and he would slap me on my leg like that, ow, and he'd say, Donnie, and everybody's like, there's 45, 50 people in the room, and he'd go, ow, I go, he said, Donnie, right, like that loud, right, like. Because he was, you know, he was an actor, but he didn't crap with people. He says, you belong. And he would say, you belong. Like, in other words, you belong in AA. Because we never feel like we belong anywhere. And he's like, you belong. He'd yell at the speaker and say, you belong. So anyway, Frank, what was the question again?
Just 2-3 sentences of how the word surrender makes you feel.
Yeah, so this is what's really cool. So, I know.
Go for it.
I go around.
I love it.
So he says, and he slapped me on the leg and say, you belong. And then one of his other sayings was, wave the white flag, and he would yell it, wave the white flag, while the guy's up at the podium, and they would be interrupting everybody and say, wave the white flag, wave the white flag. And everybody was like, what the hell is he talking about? But, you know, he was talking about, like, because he was a much older gentleman, in the war, whenever you surrendered, you waved the white flag.
Yep.
Okay, I've had enough. So what I tell people, you know, have you had enough? And if you have, wave the white flag. You know, I did a couple of motivational speakings and whatever, and I have a flag that I would Like, okay, surrender. Have the white flag. You gotta surrender. Wave the white flag. You gotta
Like an
walk
actual
in.
white
I
flag?
give up. Yeah,
That's
it's just
awesome.
a sheet with
Symbolic, yeah.
yeah. Surrender. Wave the white flag. You have to surrender. Surrender to the disease that's gonna kill you. You have to surrender to that. You gotta surrender to the pain. You gotta go through the pain. You gotta surrender to that.
Some people...
There's a marriage that is failing. You gotta surrender to the fact that this is not gonna work.
Wow.
Surrender to the fact that maybe your child is sick. And accept that, and then just deal with it, and just do the best you can. It's gonna be painful. But accept it.
If only we could surrender before we hit rock bottom.
It's the acceptance. Surrender is the acceptance of what's happening. And a lot of times, I don't have to agree with what you're saying to me and what I have to do. I don't agree with that, but I can accept it. I don't really like what you did. I don't like what you did. It's not really good, But I like you. So I'm surrendering to the fact that one thing is not who you are. I'm realizing that
just a character defect.
Yeah, I know that, and maybe it's just not everybody who does that. I mean, but nowadays everybody's like, they go by their feelings on everything. It's like, no, feelings are, what is it? Feelings are, what do they call? See, feelings are not facts. So my feelings, I could be having a feeling about something that you said and be offended about it. But the problem is this happened when I was like 5 years old, and the same person said that to me. So you're an asshole, So I think you're an asshole because I'm still thinking of what happened to me.
Based off the feeling.
So I have to go like, you have to understand that, So
that's beautiful.
Yeah. So that answers your question.
Absolutely does. The next word was desperation.
Yeah, that's a good one. I love that. And what I had when I went into detox was a gift to stay sober, the gift of desperation. And I think that today I still have that gift. It's a gift of desperation. I'm desperate to want to do good at this job. I really want this to happen. I'm desperate. This is like the bottom line. I got to do what it takes to do this, and I'm desperate. When I looked up at the sky, and I was desperate. That was when I hit a rock bottom, and that's when I decided I had to go ask God for help. So I was desperate because my kids, I didn't want to hurt them anymore. That's the gift of being desperate.
I love looking at it as a gift. Like,
yeah, it's important.
Something...
I mean, that's whenever you're. And we were going to talk about fear at some point, but that the gift of desperation is when you can change. The times in my life when I've been the most desperate and in pain were the times I made my best decisions. Because I don't always, if I'm comfortable, we always talk about the comfort zone. You don't want to be in the comfort zone. You want to be out of. I mean, I'm pretty much in the comfort zone.
There's no growing in the comfort zone.
I gotta start. I'm me. I'm always pushing the envelope.
Yep.
But I like being out of it. This is basic. I mean, I like what I'm doing. I feel very comfortable, but it is a challenge for me.
Absolutely.
I'm not so afraid that I'm going to say anything bad. I know better. But for me to get up the first time, was, fear. But that's helps me make decisions.
Absolutely.
But when in life, we have to do that. It's not perfect, but we do what we can.
And then the next word is hope.
Hope, huh? Yeah. the hope of things will get better sometimes. The hope that that's like what they say sometimes. The hope of a mustard seed, which is very, very, very small, or the faith of a mustard seed. But guess what? A mustard seed will grow. You know, it will grow and grow and grow. So I think that hope is the fact that it's going to get better. You know, and that's what I had when I was getting sober. It was also what we want to call another word for hope is faith. You know, but faith is the same thing we were talking about before. Change, you know, and faith, hope. Like if you're hoping for something, you're hoping for things. Maybe maybe they're gonna get better. You're hoping, but that doesn't mean that they are.
Yeah.
It's just a better way of thinking about it. Like at least I have a little bit of hope that things are gonna work out.
Something positive.
And so you're keeping an eye on it, basically, you know. And faith is different. It's much different. But faith is. I love talking about faith, but go ahead.
What's the difference? Elaborate on
faith
the faith.
and between hope and faith.
Yeah.
Faith is I know, and hope is maybe. You know, faith is I have faith. I have faith that when I bring my car down to Gio, Franco, whatever name it is, he's gonna fix it. But I still hope that I'm still hoping it works out. But I have faith that he'll do it.
Okay.
You know.
That's a good distinction. I love that.
Fear and faith are big too.
Absolutely. This next word is a little two in one.
Yeah.
Abuse, trauma.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both the same basically. Yeah.
What's your thoughts? 2-3 sentences. How does that make you feel? Like the word itself, abuse. What comes to mind in regards to this word, or your thoughts on the words?
Now, what was abuse and what?
Trauma.
Trauma. Well, it's a difference. Trauma. I mean, abuse. It all depends on what you think abuse is. You know, you gotta like you don't. I mean, I don't know. Going to detox or going to treatment and then putting a cigarette around my neck.
Could be considered
Is
abuse.
that abuse? You know, I thought it was, but now I look back and it wasn't. You know, so it all depends on the timing of your life. You know, sometimes it's.
Was it traumatic?
Yeah, it's traumatic. And remember we talked about that. Like, it's like I say like I look at it this way like, when in changing, you know, like abuse. What was the other one? It was abuse and trauma. So abuse is, you know, something had happened and then it changes our lives, or trauma. So it's like that bullet that, like, whenever Trump turned his head like that just a little bit and it hit his ear, right? And what happened was that bullet went by him and then it hit something else and bounced off a crane, and the crane went down like this, you know. So it's kind of like that bullet that bounces off, and that's when everything's changed. That's a big change, and something in my life will change it. You know, so abuse can do that, and it can do that to a point where it's not healthy, but you don't know that until, like, you could say like this kid's acting out and you spank him. Nowadays it's not cool, but I think I think that every I don't know. I think it's important to make sure that, I mean, that's kind of a trauma, but
yeah, for
I
sure.
don't think I think it's to let the person know that you're doing something wrong. And unfortunately, we don't have the discipline that we do now. The discipline now we don't have. Everybody's like, asking like a 5-year-old, so what do you want to have for supper? Ice cream, of course. I want to have ice cream. No, you can't have. I asked you what you want for supper. Candy. I want chocolate candy. You know, and ice cream for dessert. You know, of course. But so you don't ask the kid what he wants for supper. But the thing of it is the kid is, you know, acting out and doing things. You got to wake them up a little bit. You know, slap them around a little bit.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I used to get a belt and stuff like that. But my life was a lot different. But I think that there's different types of trauma. What they did in Spectrum House was I had to wear signs and stuff like that. And then other times they would put me in a corner, and I would have to just be in a corner. I think you don't always have to spank kids. I think there's other ways of going around it. I think
sure.
Put them in a corner, or make them stand in front of a mirror, and
soap in your mouth, stuff like that.
Take a look at what you're doing, and there's different ways that we can do that.
Absolutely.
Without it being a trauma, but that trauma of getting spanked, realize every time I think about doing something wrong, like, then what happens is I realize that that's not, I better not do that, you know.
I do like what you said in the beginning about it really depends on how you view,
right.
You know, is this abuse to you? It's like, you know, if you've never had discipline or hardships in your life, going outside could be a traumatic event, you know. If like, you know, you get bit by a mosquito and you're, you know, lived a cushiony life all your life, that could be a traumatic event. So
and I listen like to you a lot too, because I admire you and the way you handle yourself and the positive attitude you have. So and you told me that you had a lot of discipline growing up, and for you that could be traumatizing.
Absolutely.
Right? And then slowly when you're getting to your adult life, you realize, wow, you remember that cop, you know, that I hit? You know, I punched him in the nose.
Yep.
And then I went and told him, I'm sorry, you know, I'm sorry. Well, and he pulled me over and he arrested me and put me in jail.
Yep.
Well, now I can go tell him thank you. So the person that you sometimes is causing it, you can realize that was God's, you know, that was helping me. That's who I am today.
And it kind of...
So that your father, at some point, and I'm just suggesting this,
right,
to go in and give him a hug and tell him thank you, because you are a beautiful person.
Thank you for that.
And I think that would be really good for your dad too.
Absolutely would be.
Tell him you love him, and I just really appreciate. I had this interview with this guy, and he told me I really should be grateful of what you did, and thank you, Dad. I appreciate it. And that's really, really, really important.
It goes back to the gift of desperation, and it's like the gift of all the negative things in our life that, you know, we might have thought were negative, but ultimately ended up shaping us to who we are. And it's like God's will wanted us to go through those negative experiences, and it's just changing our perspective and not saying, you know, why is this happening to me, but why is this happening for me?
When we're in it, that's what we keep saying.
It's like the victim mentality. It's all full circle, bringing
why is
it
this
back.
happening to me? And I'm like, why isn't my book a bestseller? And I'm looking at Tyrus, and all these guys are on, and they decided to write a book, and it's like, I'm bestseller. What do they call it? What is that? Where they
author or
the best, the number one seller on Amazon or whatever.
New York Times bestseller.
And I spent thousands of dollars to try to advertise my book. I've gotten ripped off, and I spent lots of money, and it's not a bestseller. It's not like selling a lot.
Which is so surprising because it's such a great book.
Yeah,
it really
and
is.
it just hasn't. It's not. And I'm like, and the thing of it is like, I give up. You know, but you know what I mean. I can't give up. I still have hope.
Yep.
It's not. You know, it's helping the people that it's supposed to, and I prayed over everything, and it's God's will. And I keep saying that it's God's will, but every time I see these people, I just wrote another book. It's a bestseller, and like, I talk about this and I talk about that, and like, but you know what I mean? I want to call them up and say, listen, could you please tell these people I got, you know. Whether I make money off of it or not, which I would like to make a lot of money. Who wouldn't? But the main thing is I actually have a GoFundMe, and it raised $20. It's been on for three months.
Wow.
To get money.
Just recently?
Well, it's been on there for 3 months.
I'll link it in the description below.
I got I want to get money so I can get more books. I want to get these books into detoxes.
Absolutely.
To people that need them.
That would be so
and
beautiful.
I've already put all this money into it, and then and I don't have any more books. All the books I've gotten over the years, I gave them away.
You gave me a copy.
Yeah, some people give me $30 or something like that, but 99% of the time they're people that are desperate out.
Yeah.
And I've had people call me up and crying. I'm like, "Is this Donnie Steiger, author of Suck Up the Purple Buttermilk?" I'm like, "Yes," and I'm having a really bad day, and usually. And the guy says, "Listen, I just my grandmother passed away, and I'm cleaning out her trailer, and I found this book, and in the middle of cleaning it out, I started reading it, and I sat down. I finished the whole thing." He says, I'm an addict, an alcoholic," and he said, "I'm sober now because I read your book."
Holy.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That is, talk about another miracle.
Yeah, so
Oh
that's,
my goodness.
because I put my number in there.
Yep.
It's the same number.
Yep. And the last word I have is...
That was only a couple of sentences there, but,
I love it. Don't even stress about that.
Is it midnight
I'm
yet?
sure,
No.
right? I'm sure the viewers will really appreciate this, though.
You sure?
The people, even if they don't, there's someone out there who is appreciating it, and it doesn't
Are
matter.
they going to be able to see?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's going to have a dark mode for this, but the audio is the most important. Doesn't matter what they're looking at.
Yeah.
It's the words that we're saying are the most important.
Yeah.
And the last word I have for you is love.
Love. Yeah, that's I think that's the best of all. I think that's a really, really great question. That's very smart of you to put it there too, because that's what we're talking about. That's what we're doing, and that's what that's who God is. God is love.
Absolutely agree.
Whenever people like, who is God? What is God? What is it? God is love.
Greatest word in the English language.
And He loves us, like it's the little kid that has, a 2-year-old, and he's in the kitchen, and his mom is washing dishes, and she pulls out this big, huge kitchen, the one that Jason has and goes around stabbing people. Well, she pulls that out because she uses that to do cooking and stuff. And she puts it on the table, and the little kid, Donnie goes like, "I like that. It's not pretty. That's pretty. It's shiny. It's shiny. I want that. I want that. I want that.
Yeah.
And I want that shiny knife." And the love is like, that's what I want, but I'm not gonna let you have it. The love is, I'm doing this because you're gonna hurt yourself if you use this.
Yeah.
And I think that's important too. God uses in different ways, and God is love, and it's not always what you think. And love is not always what you think. It's like enabling. We were talking about that before.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
There's an alcoholic. My dad or my mom, and which they were, and then I try to fix them and I try to make them better, but I can't do that. So I have to learn how to detach, and I have to detach with love. I love you, but I'm not going to let you play with this knife.
Absolutely.
And I love you, but I'm not going to enable you to kill yourself.
Run in front of those.
I'm going to watch you, and more than likely, I'm going to watch you die.
Tough love.
It sucks, because a lot of people just watch their kids die. Girls go into prostitutes.
Oh my goodness.
I know a guy who would go out every other 2 weeks, and his daughter was out a prostitute, and he'd go and grab her and bring her home and throw her in a detox, and she'd go back. So he's enabling her to keep doing it. So and he's, it's sad. It's hard. And that's your kid, It's sad. So and it's hard to let go. It's hard to, let go. And that's what we talk about, why, love, and love is painful sometimes too.
Absolutely. Most of the time.
Love hurts is a song they wrote about it.
Love does hurt.
Yeah, but I mean, there's loving, compassionate, understanding God, who doesn't want me to feel pain, and not to be going through pain. He doesn't want me to hurt myself and stuff like that.
Absolutely, suffer.
But there's a time where we have to, and that's for a reason too. And who am I to make that decision and what that is,
Absolutely. I think putting that all into words is almost impossible, but you did a really well job describing to you. And it's different for everyone, right? Everyone has their own understanding of love. For me, I definitely agree love is God, and it is, wanting the best for yourself, wanting the best for the world and each other and everybody in it. But what is the best and all this other stuff, right? We could talk for hours about love, and some people say that the words just aren't there for it, but the best way to describe it is God, for sure, in my opinion. Love is all you need at the end of the day.
And like what your dad, was, not to talk about you that much, but the discipline that you learned, and that was him, how he loved you. And people love different. They show love differently. And for him to be very strict, and there's some other things like that, I even talk about Donald Trump. He told his kids, if you drink or you do drugs or anything, you're not gonna, he's not gonna help them, and he's very disciplined, and that's what happens. Most people, if they have that discipline when they're growing up, they bring that to their adulthood. It just comes automatic,
Yeah.
But
I had so many more questions for you. There's definitely, before I let you get out of here, if you have the time, there was a couple stories I wanted to have you tell. The one about the survivor of the concentration camp. If you want to tell that real quick.
Okay.
That was a very important story.
The pain of why, why we're doing this today, and what, why is it, that you've been through all this pain. So this guy, from the Holocaust, which was, very, very bad thing that happened to the Jewish people. And he was a survivor from the Holocaust, and he was speaking at a big lecture. And he was standing in front of the stage, and he talked about it. And he talked about how he got through it. And at the end of this, of the story, because this is actual firsthand talk about it, it's very, very painful to even hear what happened. And he finished, and then he asked what, if there's any questions, and they said, why would you, it must be very, very, very painful for you to be able to share the pain that you went through and the horror of that and the people that died around you. And it's just, it's unbelievable that you could share that. And doesn't that really hurt when you share that like that? And he says, yes, it does. It really does. And it does, when I get emotional when I'm speaking too, it hurts, but it hurts more to keep it in. It keeps more, it hurts to not talk about it, So that's what that story is,
Such a profound story.
Yeah.
Again, sharing, helping others, very therapeutic for helping yourself ultimately.
Yeah. So I have another quick story.
Absolutely.
Actually, I don't know, I would hope people can see, but there's a couple. One of them is a story of this this is a true story. And there was a family driving on the country road, and there was just Mikey was in the back seat. He was like, I think he was like 6 or 7 years old, and his parents were both driving along, and all of a sudden they're on this back road, and there was this big sign that said puppies 2 miles up the road, and they're driving along and they're going like, eh, and then there's another sign. They get closer, the puppies, pull in here. And the parents looked and, hey, Mikey, would you like a puppy? Yeah, I want a puppy, I want a puppy. You sure? Yeah, you're going to take her? Yeah, I want. Okay, so they pull in and they get out of the car, and Mikey's standing there, and he's really excited. And the farmer comes up and he says, so you're here to get a puppy, huh? And yeah. And they're going, yeah, Mikey wants a puppy. And he goes over to the barn door and he pulls the barn door open. This big barn door, huge, opens it up like this. And there's like 10 of these puppies come flying out of this, because they were in the barn, right? And they come flying out and they run all the way across the yard, and they run right over to Mikey, and they're jumping up and down on him, and they're licking him in the face, and he's like, oh, I don't know if that ever happened to you, but I love that. That's all these little puppies, they're licking me out, and
Yes.
and there was one puppy that was struggling, and he was just barely getting across the road. He was across the line, and he came over, and he couldn't get in to lick Mikey, and Mikey happened to notice that, but he was like, oh, he loved these kids. And the farmer said, so Mikey, which puppy do you want? You can have your pick of any puppy you want. And he said, I want that one. And he said, what do you mean you want that one? He said, you want that puppy? And he said, yeah, I want that one. And he says, well, that puppy is, he's got a bum leg, and he can't walk that great, but he can walk okay, and he's been like that since he was born, and, you don't want a healthy puppy, and he said, no, I want that one. And the farmer said, well, Mikey, why? And whenever he said that, he lifted up his pants, and he showed the farmer he had braces on both legs. Both of his legs had cerebral palsy.
Whoa.
And he had these braces. And he said, I want that puppy. And you know why he wanted that puppy?
Related to it.
Because he could identify. He could identify with that puppy. He knew how that puppy felt.
That's incredible.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we are here today, because you go alcoholics and you are in recovery, you hang out with other alcoholics and you get up at the podium and you tell your story. I know exactly what you're talking about and how you feel, because I know I am one of you. You belong. You belong.
Wave the white
flag. Wave the white flag.
Let's go. Full
circle.
The last story. Yes, the last story was of you. I actually had two more, but we'll do one.
All right.
The last story was of you with the little kid acting up in school, and he was biting and kicking everybody, and you wanted to go in and take a walk with him.
Oh, yeah. Temmy, I think it was Tim. Yeah, that was. I was working in this school with kids that were they had mental issues, and some of them had parents that were drug addicts and had died from drugs. And this particular kid, and I got along with the kids, all these kids, because it was basically a place where it's not really it's like a foster home for kids. And some of them act out, some of them don't. Where I was working with kids that in a setting where they had they were violent, and they also had drug addiction. So that's where I was put in there, because I was like the worst of the worst, and they wanted me to help them. But I was one of those counselors that just, the kids, I just knew what to do with them. And so what happens usually is that they call me, and I'm working in a whole section of the place. So they call me because they're having problems. And they go like, drop what you're doing, Donnie. They need you over in bungalow 5. Like, okay, shoot, I run over, and this kid, Tim, they got him in a 4 point restraint. Like each counselor has a leg, and whatever. This kid is like, being really violent, and I guess he bit somebody or whatever, and he bites, and he's like screaming and yelling, and I'm like, and I go over there, and I'm like, they called me, why, So I said, so what's going on? And they said, what's going on with this kid? And they're going like, he's biting, and he's doing this, he's acting out, and he smashed over the water machine and everything else. Threw his toys all over his bedroom, and he's just being really, really, bad. And I said, and he bites, and I said, well, Timmy, what's going on? And he says, nothing. And he's screaming and he's yelling. And I said, you want to go for a walk? And he says, yeah. I said, are you going to bite me? He can't go anywhere. He'll bite you. He's acting out. This kid is out of his mind. And I said, you want to go for a walk, Timmy, and talk about this stuff? He said, yeah. I said, are you going to bite me? And he says, no. And I says, all right, let him up. We're going for a walk. And they go, no way, we're not letting this kid up for nothing. He's out of his mind. And I said, you're gonna behave, and we're gonna go for a walk? He said, yeah. And I said, let him up. So they did, and he, and I said, let's go for a walk. And we walked together. We walked out the door, and we walked around the place, and I went to the back of the cafeteria, and I know the lady that works in there, and I got a couple ice creams, and we walked around, and we went on the swings for a while. We were talking, and I guess I found out his dad was in a detox, and his mom, I think his dad died of an overdose, and his mom was in a detox, and he was just acting out, man. And so we had fun. We were swinging. And I could swing higher than you, and that kind of stuff. We just, and so you could hang the longest. We did stuff. And then I said, listen, Timmy, I got a lot of other kids like yourself that I need to be with, and I need to work with. And I said, I want to bring you back to your, the bungalow there. And I said, but I don't want to bring you back if you're going to act out. And I said, are you going to be okay? And he said, yeah, okay, I'll be okay. And because he told me what had happened. And I said, well, I think that, the counselors there are very, very, there's a lot of things, they're very busy. They don't always have a lot of time to talk to people. And I understand that's what you need to do. You need to talk about this. And I said, if you need to, you can get a hold of me, and I'll come over and talk to you anytime you want. So we went in, and he was okay. And I think it was a couple of weeks later. It was one of those days where I was having a bad day. It was like, and I'm walking across the campus, and I hear this kid yell, Mommy, Mommy, Mommy. And I happened to look over, and he said, see, that's Donnie, right? See, that's Donnie? He saved my life, and I'm like, oh, I was like, oh, you know what I mean? I was actually so emotional, I cried, but it made my day,
What a beautiful story. Never gets old. I've heard it before, but I love hearing it again.
It's too bad they can't see us. Maybe they can.
They can. They'll see us a little bit. There's a little nighttime mode on there. But again, the words that you've shared today are the most important part of it. Some people are going to just be listening to the audio of it, but
Yeah.
still, nonetheless, hopefully it reaches out to, you know, many more people.
Yeah.
And
I have a good ending story if you want to hear it.
let's take it away. In the
This
soft,
is
in the
for
soft, on a strong
everybody
note.
out there in TV land. This is for you.
Final thoughts, sharing
Yeah,
to the world.
this is another true story. I say they're true, but you know, sometimes they're not. But anyway, but this was actually happened out in Brookfield. Anyway, there's this big, huge, tall tree, and there's a barn. This barn, like, you know, I think it might have been the same one where the puppies were in. But anyway, there's chickens in that barn, right? And this big, tall tree, and there's an eagle, big eagle's nest, you know, way up in the tree, and there's a bunch of eggs in that tree, and there was a big storm came by, and one of the eggs, you know, got blown out, and it actually rolled down. It hit the hay, and it bounced. It didn't crack open. It was still a real egg, you know. And this chicken, quack, 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 like kicks it underneath, and she sits on it with the other ones. And sooner or later, about a week later, all these chickens hatch, and one of them hatches, and they're all together, and they're kind of growing up and walking around, and this one all these chickens do is they walk around and they peck and they scratch. They peck and they scratch. They scratch the ground and they peck, peck, peck. Scratch, 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 peck, peck, peck. And this one is like, whew, he's got all of a sudden he puts his wings out like this, and he goes, whew, 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 whew. And then all the little chickens go running over him like, don't do that, don't do that. And he's like, why? And he says, because we just peck and we scratch. That's all we do. We just peck and scratch. We just, peck and scratch. We don't do that. And he walks around. And one of the kids, one of the other chickens, the chicks, one of his buddies, he's hanging out with him. He says one day, he says, you know what? You look different than we do. And he says, really? And he says, yeah, you're a little bigger than we are. You got bigger wings too. He says, you there's something different about you. And he's looking up in the air, and he says, I think you're one of those. And no, he says, no. All I do is I scratch and I peck. I scratch and I peck. He said, no. Listen. I'm your friend. I want the best for you. I want to see you succeed. I may not be able to do that, but I think you can, and I want to help you. And they get together, and he kind of pushes him up on this fence, and he says, everyone out on 3, I want you to take off. And he's like, what do you mean? He says, I don't want to do this. All I'm supposed to do is peck and scratch. I peck and scratch. No. Listen, don't even think about that right now. This is what you got to do. All right? As soon as you jump off, you open those things there. And he goes, okay. And he says, 1, 2, 3. And he jumps off the fence, and whew, the wings come out. And all of a sudden, he's like, wow. He's like sailing around. He's taking the wind, and he's just, oh man, he's going higher and higher and higher. And he's just like doing all these little tricks and coming down, and I thank you. And he's like, oh wow. He's like, what? He's an eagle. And the moral of the story is, we all are eagles, and we all deserve to soar. And we're not going to settle for less. We're not going to just sit there and scratch and peck. We are meant to fly. We are meant to do great things. The sky is the limit for all of us. And everyone in TV land, we're all eagles. and we can help other people fly too.
There are no limits. I absolutely love that story. That brought
And
so
he
much
comes down and
joy.
visits his little chicken friends once in a while. Because all they do is
Absolutely.
peck and scratch. But he gives them a ride once in a while, you
That
know.
is
and
That is
but
awesome.
yeah, and all you need is one person. There they go,
Hey,
the
bye,
eagles.
geese. Yeah, the eagles. The eagles.
They could be a goose too. It doesn't matter, you know.
Hey,
Some people are gooses.
any bird you want to be, right? You can be whatever you want.
But the
you set your
eagle,
mind to.
the eagle, the soaring, and just to be the best you can be,
That is such a beautiful story.
And whatever you are, wherever you are, you can always be the best. It doesn't mean you have to be a perfectionist.
Right.
It just means be the best you can be, and that's good, But don't settle for less.
That's an important part. That's a very important part.
Yeah.
It's all about what do you think you deserve, and it's like.
And we have people like you. When we go to a class and you have people, you can do this.
You deserve the best.
And yet
you
here's 3 different ways you can do it.
Yep.
Choose one.
Yep.
But you can fly.
Absolutely.
It's kind of like that every day. Is we do that with other people. And,
that was amazing. What
yeah.
a profound story, Donnie. Always, Don Nader. Always
Yeah.
a pleasure. Always an honor. Thank you so much for coming on my show. Any final thoughts, final words you'd like to leave the world with before we wrap it up 12 hours later?
I think that the eagle story is probably the best.
That's the one.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm grateful to for us to be able to do this, and fortunately it's got dark. I didn't think we were going to be out here this long.
Yeah,
but,
me neither.
I enjoy talking about this stuff. There's not too many times I can do that. Most of the people I hang around with, I don't really, get into that. But I speak from the podium. I'll speak and talk about this stuff.
Sure.
But we weren't just talking about recovery. We're talking about life.
Absolutely.
Because this is not just about for people in recovery.
It's
just
everybody.
about life in general.
Everybody who wants to be the best that they can be, who wants
Yeah.
to soar like an eagle, who wants to find a way to flourish and maximize their human potential. And that is all it's about. And sharing these stories, valuable stories like that, is so inspirational, so motivational, and is exactly what people need to hear. So if you guys liked it, please share this video with, especially people in recovery, but all your friends, all your loved ones. I think this conversation was very valuable for everyone to hear.
Yeah, and Jacob will put my website on this and
absolutely all of it. I want to link the church burning down, the everything. That would be
really?
That would be so cool.
All right.
That would be so cool. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Again.
So God bless you all. Thank you for listening, and I wish the best for everyone,
Couldn't have said it better myself, guys.
Yeah.
Without further ado,
all right.
Donnie.
I hope everyone enjoys it.
Thanks
but
for
thank you.
coming out. Oh, going for the hug.
Hugs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Donnie.
Thank you.
Thank
all
you
right.
again.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to our very first episode here at Care2Talk with my dear friend, Donnie Steiger. If you'd like to support this channel, please consider taking the time out of your day to like, comment, a question or suggestion, and, of course, subscribing, turning that bell notification on. A little bit goes a long way to help support this channel, and, of course, sharing this video to get the message out to all your friends and family. Much appreciated. And before I let you guys out of here, I'll leave you off with my favorite quote of all time. I'd rather be a lover than a fighter, but what kind of love is worth having if you're not willing to fight for it? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all I have for you guys. Hope to see you again soon. Take care.